Good morning, everyone. We are live from the Italian Pavilion of the Venice Biennale exhibition, and we're here for a unique event whose title is New EU Bauhaus, High Quality Design versus High Digit Design. So here we are trying to find a solution to a problem that is related to the society, to architecture, and to technology. These are the three main areas that we're going to tackle in today's session. I would like to start by inviting Mr. Diego Zoppi to the floor. He's an architect. He is a member of the National Council of Architects, Landscape Architects, Planners and Conservators, and he is also a member of the Executive Board of the Council of Architects of Europe. Thank you very much. We are here in the Biennale of Venice. The title of this exhibition is How to Live Together. This is the theme, the main theme of the Italian Pavilion. It is about resilient communities. So it is necessary to act. It is necessary to develop. That means that there is also a need to plan these types of actions. So this is the main topic of today's session. So we would like to say how we need to develop our projects. A famous architect of the last century said that architecture is too important to be left to architects. But it is the architects who make the projects. And this is a very important concept. We started to have a fruitful conversation from a cultural point of view, which is very important, but we also talk about politics nowadays, economics, because the European agenda over the past few days, before the pandemic and after the pandemic, is focused on these programs. Next Generation EU, for example, and the new European Bauhaus, that is a sort of bridge between economics and technology and culture. At the same time, the European Commission and national governments requires these actions to be very fast, to be implemented very fastly. And that means that we need to raise awareness in these regards, and we have been doing so over the past 10 years, and we will continue to do so. Our objective is to reach our goals in an effective way, and this has to do with the way in which we plan our projects, and we need to do that in a more innovative way. We need to act very rapidly, and we need to implement new tools that are related to artificial intelligence as well, and to other tools that we commonly use in our daily work. There is a need to develop the way in which we organize our projects as well. I would like to show you a picture. This is the picture of a bridge, which is located in Genoa. This bridge replaced the old Ponte Morandi. As you all know, it tragically collapsed. It was designed by Renzo Piano, and many people were a bit puzzled by such a simple and traditional bridge. There are some vertical pillars and horizontal beams. Actually, this bridge was designed in order to be used, and it was designed by using artificial intelligence systems. As you can see here, there are some yellow tools that go along the bridge and take 2,000 pictures inside and outside the bridge, and compare these pictures with the 20,000 pictures that had been taken the week before. This is a sort of reference point for the science of construction, because we are monitoring constructions in a very innovative way nowadays. This is an example of the fact that buildings and structures can can be studied in a different way. So the material and the subject are studied in a different way. This is very important because we are getting new knowledge and we want to transform all this knowledge and tool in beauty as it is required by the new EU Bauhaus. As a result, there are new elements that are very interesting because our profession has to do with different disciplines and different fields. If we start using these powerful tools, we need to be careful. We need to be aware of these tools because sometimes there might be some risks, because these are pictures taken from some movies, taken from some science fiction movies. And nowadays, we are witnessing some of the scenes that we have seen in some of these movies. The artificial intelligence is changing how we do things. Now we need to understand how to use these tools as a support to our intellectual activity. But we shouldn't be overwhelmed by these technological tools. So starting from the main point, how do we live together? I think that we should start by this. Our Italian body tried to organize this day in a very inclusive way because we involved many members from different international institutions, and we are looking forward to hearing to your presentations. And I would really like to thank all the attendees, all the people who are attending the event remotely, and those who are here in person. We are about to listen 30 speakers representing 15 different nationalities. So thank you very much and have a fruitful session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Diego Zotti, for your introduction speech of this session that extends and broadens our debate. I would like to mention the Nobel Prize that was this week, Giorgio Paisi, Nobel Prize for the physics, and the element for which he got a Nobel Prize is understanding complexity. Sometimes we streamline the society, the element of city in our relationship with Earth, but we have also understood that all the topics of society that are economy, finance, health, technology should be considered as a whole, as a single framework. Ordinary Professor of Aesthetics at the Polytechnic Institute of Milan, Pierluigi Sacco, Emanuele Di Giacomo, Architect, Team AE Autodesk Corporation, and Pierluigi Sacco, Economist and Ordinary Professor at UM in Milan and Harvard University. But let's start with Karachev.
It's nice to meet you in face, in fact. I will encourage you to have a look to the screen because my presentation is more concerned with the numbers, so you will have more data. Well, how to start it? To start it?
First. Abbiamo dei problemi con la presentazione?
Just a moment. It will start.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, we have.
So, yeah. We go back. So I was asked to introduce a numerical and professional frame of references for today's discussion. Such an introduction can, of course, only be based on the objective data gathered firstly in ACE's sector study 2020, the architectural profession in Europe, and the second, it's access to the profession. How does one become the architect? It's ARA 1, ACE and ANACA comprehensive survey carried by myself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Boris Czaraksiew. I know it's a very difficult name. I'm an architect running my own office in Cracovia, in Polonia. I'm a vice president of the Polish Chamber and a treasurer in ACE. So let's start. Let's answer who we architects are. Well, we are the champions, of course. We are the champions, and we will keep on fighting to the end, my friends. But I could have seen the movies on TV. A perception that architects are ethical and responsible and will hand over to make the right decision to their own determinant. Well, but in fact, we have more than 500,000 in Europe. Half of the architects are living in 4 countries. One of these is Italy, of course, and this is how it looks in each country. But please don't take any notes. This presentation is available for every of you, so who wants will just ask our organizer, and it will be sent. As you see, we can more, and we have more and more young architects. And if you can notice in the group under 45 years old, a majority are women. So it is interesting to know that we mostly work as a solo principals, and a very small group works for local authorities or government. We know that there are much more people who are educated in architecture. In such countries as Poland or Czech Republic or Latvia, less than 30%, those who have a full access to the profession are registered. So it means that in practice there are remaining 70% disappeared somewhere in another professions. Due to the harmonization of education, we architects speak one language. We use the same data in our drawings. Is digitalization present in our work? Yes, it is indeed. 62 of architects use 3D modeling, 44 rendering, and 31% BIM as a tool in their common work. As you can see from this table, more than 70% of the architects have learned the new work methods by themselves. You can see which countries are leading the way of using new tools here, and it should be not make it mandatory, but we can afford. Can we afford the digitalization? It's a very expensive tool for many architects, but as you can see, the value of architectural market is only 9 per mil of the value of construction market in the Europe, which is decreasing, has a decreasing trend. Most of the projects are private single-family houses. The value is different in different European countries. We are still building more new buildings in Europe, but the trend is turning into a favor of renovation of the buildings. It should be noticed that outside Scandinavia and a few countries in Europe, the function of architects is protected. Outside of the Scandinavian countries, where the profession is regulated as post, in many countries other professions are also regulated. In many countries, the architects is without any additional requirements allowed to provide services normally provided by the other professionals. It is confirmed that the architects responsible for the quality of the project implementation, budget, construction work schedule, providing a building permit, construction supervision. And as the public believes, he is very reasonably paid for this. In this table, which was done actually by ACE work group scope of services under the chairmanship of the Ruth Chagaman, hello, shows the scope of the services in the planning, construction, maintenance, and the end of life of the building. But if you consider, it appears that the architect is the only one who is present in all the stages of this circle of life of the building. This model is reflected in European standards, but the role of the architect is no longer highlighted. The standard shows the engineering contracts. But in most countries, there are no contracts for design works concluded by investors. In Europe, there is particularly no certification system for architectural firms. Yeah. But in almost half of the countries in Europe, not only an architect registered on the list may take part in a public procurement for architecture designs. Still in many countries, the lowest price criteria, it means excluding criteria of quality, are used in the case of the public procurement of architectural projects. Not always signing a contract with a public investor is proceed by conceptual design of the building. Please note that only 3 countries, 3 states of European states, mention that quality criteria are currently the main condition for selecting a bidder in the public procurement. In many, it is neutral, and in a large majority, it is not. To this must be added that in most countries, the architect belongs to a small group involved in investment that has to have insurance cover. In many countries, there is no recommendation contract for the design work. In the majority, complement authorities do not help with the calculation of the design works. It means there is no price list. Now we can move forward. Is an architect a profitable profession? It is obvious to get the real money. One has to manage people who are doing the drawings. There is money to be made, but you have to go to rise up to the 10% of the firms to get it.
1 minute more.
Yeah.
1 minute.
1 minute. Well,
yes,
it depends. So I can handle. Well, here are listed the 5 factors affecting architects' salary. It is what it looks like in overall numbers, but we architects work mostly in small firms. 96% of the architects in Europe work in companies with less than 5 employees. Statistically, only 13 of architects take part in competitions. And what surprise or non-architect the most, the average architect salary before taxes in Europe, it's just over 30,000 per year, not per month, per year. Of course, it depends on the country, and in 2020, the average was exactly 35,220 euro. But let's get the message across the clients. If someone is cheap and fast, cannot be done together with a proceeding good quality. I'm just finishing, and what is the conclusion? Conclusion is very easy. I just avoid the horse carriage driver's scenario, as I called, because there was a long, big discussion about the horse drops and then appears new technology and the profession disappeared. And of course, we have to introduce a new communication language because we architects, we understand each other very well, but we should be understood outside. And the last, education. We belong to 3L profession, which means it's lifelong learning. It's a pity not long life learning. So we are keep on fighting. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you, Boris Karachev. Let's continue with Ruth Shagman.
I hope fine. After a long time, I am enjoying my stay very much here in Venice. Originally trained as an architect, my home base is the Chamber of Architects in Baden-Württemberg.
The microphone.
Okay, here, better. I oversee national and international policy. I'm also a member of the Executive Board of the Architects Council of Europe. I thank our host, President Francesco Micheli from the Italian National Council of Architects, and my board colleague from ACE, Diego Zoppi, very much for making this conference possible. The topic is crucial. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to speak about digital design and construction from the point of view of the competent authorities, highlighting 5 findings and bringing up the liberal profession with regulatory standards. We just heard it from Boris. And today we are meeting in Venice, a city where all professions were stringently, systematically organized already in the 13th century to take part in the common challenge of innovation and a guarantee of quality. Architects are small, shine in many shades of black, and are traditional. They are far removed from expansionary policies. For 90% of our colleagues, the shiny world of digital design and construction is not part of everyday work. Why is it like that? It's about tools. Undoubtedly, all of us know some tools of the digital sphere, but nobody of us knows all these tools. We are talking about, for example, software tools, building information modeling as a holistic approach, or computer-aided design, construction management software, just to name a few. We are also speaking about hardware tools, such as drones, lasers, 3D printers, robots, virtual reality devices, augmented reality. To know some of these tools, or even to apply some of these tools, does not make a holistic digital design and construction process. However, it is very unlikely that we will ever be able to integrate all related tools, nor is it necessary, as the whole digitalization process will finally lead to a broad application of artificial intelligence. Let's have a look at the expectations. Expectations of the digital design and construction process. One must understand the paradigm shift that goes along with the digitalization of design and building. A modern building will have a parallel life in a digital space. It is created as a complete model. It is about pulling information rather than waiting for information. The construction is basically only a deduction of the digital model. You could say that the model is the original and the physical building is the replica. So, what do we expect? Digital data from the site, digital design and planning process, digital permission proceedings, digital customization and production process, digital communication process, digital construction process on site, paperless building site, digital quality management, digital controlling, digital facility management, digital building material database, and digital evaluation processes like pre- and post-occupancy evaluation. It becomes clear that there will be an increase of complexity, but also understanding of the manifold relations which are involved in the design and building process. Obviously, it demands a high level of commitment. So why do we do it? It's about economy. The reason is to optimize all criteria which are relevant in the design and construction process. increasing design accuracy, cost certainty, optimizing construction time, error prevention, capital expenditure, CAPEX, operating expenditure, OPEX. But apart from purely economic aspects, also functional, social, health, cultural and environmental aspects are crucial. It is about realizing the possible advantage of the project in beforehand. As you can see, it all depends on communication, interface providing digital data, communication between authorities, architects and clients, communication between hardware and software, communication between building surrounding environment. The standardization must be so high and open source that more and more aspects can be integrated in future. Everyone must be able to program something. The main task is to standardize between all aspects with the lowest possibility of barriers and the lowest probability of errors. It is a new digital universe, and it is unlimited. How can professional policy foster this process? If it is up to the European Commission, professional policy does not help at all. Allegedly, the regulation of the profession is an obstruction in many ways, so also for the digitalization. My favorite argument of the European Commission is mandatory membership in professional organizations, supposedly raising expenditures that could be used for investment and innovative technology. But that is nonsense. According to European-wide surveys, the cost for the necessary tools exceeds by far more in any possible fee for professional associations or competent authorities. And now coming back to us architects, to our profession. What are our professional policy options to achieve these challenges? If you leave it to the market, little happens and very slowly. May the following 5 claims encourage you for further discussion. First, education. It must become regular part of the education, thus recognition requirements for future architects. It has to be implemented in the education already on school level. For those who just graduated, it must become a part of a mandatory continuous practical development. There must be a low threshold offers in this field also for continuous practical development. Second, scope of service. We should care that these new skills remain part of the basic service provision of the architects. But we can certainly ask to what extent it can become part of the special service provision of architects or even other professions. This offers the chance for new business models in the architectural field. Third, remuneration and liability. As you can see, it is a question of remuneration, liability and investment risk of the architect. Studies show that more than 3/4 of the architect's offices cannot name their own necessary investment costs in these digital tools, or name the possible gain in architecture fees. Fourth, the public sector. We expect that the public building sector develops a roadmap for the implementation of digital design and construction process. The public building sector must demand and fund innovation approaches in the digitalization process.
30 seconds, please.
Yep. The public sector is the beacon in this process and must lead by example. Fifth and last claim, manufacturers involve the architects in development of the application and add on in order to maintain highest possible flexibility and independence on the building components. This implementation will lead to another Baukultur and high quality of architecture and built environment. We should embrace and welcome the upcoming changes. We as architects, as principal designers, are the forefront of innovation. It has always been for centuries, and I hope it will be for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruth Shagman. You make me think of a Italo Calvino book. The American Elections are one of his famous books. And it was written in 1885, and he said that the industry would have been covered by hardware and software, but the software would have dominated. So he was already talking about the transformation of digitalization that is changing the approach to architecture, because as Mrs. Shagman said, we are building up the road for the next century. So now I would like to give the floor to Simona Chiodo, Ordinary Professor of Aesthetics at the Polytechnic School of Milan. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. I would like to share with you some slides. Good morning, everybody. As you can see, I would like to talk about a keyword, which is style, a keyword that is very dear to all the designers. Style was a word that was discussed by philosophers as well, and starting from 1753, the style was considered as the man. So the style is the man. If an American philosopher like Arthur Danto talked about the etymology, the origin of the word style. He said that style comes from the Latin word stylus, which was an instrument that deposits something of its own character on the surface that it touches. So, since the stylus is guided by a human hand without any mediations of any type, and this is very important for our topic of today, it ends up depositing destiny of style with a broader use of technologies that mediate the stylus with our hands. I'm talking about the digital technologies, and we are focusing on that. So what is the destiny of style, of the relationship between the quality of the object designed and the human being's character? For example, I can promise that if you log on to a website, the Idealista website where they sell apartments, and you're just curious to understand how the most recent flats are made, so designed with high-end technologies and cutting-edge technologies, and that belong to luxury building blocks in Milan, then you will be astonished, as I was, by the fact that sometimes, even though there are 7 or 8 pictures corresponding to 7 or 8 living rooms in different houses, it seems that they refer to the same apartment, to the same flat, even though when we talk about human beings' homes, should be considered as something unique, especially when we know the identity of the people who live in them. Because there is a unique style, and this is a precise philosophical concept. So a massive use or an abuse of digital technologies may lead us to a risk of standardization. We may think that standardizing is good, but under a philosophical point of view or a secular point of view, standardizing means to lose or to risk to lose the personal identity. I don't want to give the impression that I am against the technology, because this would be a nonsense. But over the past years, I have worked on the fact that in our European culture or Western culture, all the humans are considered from the very beginning as technological beings. So the stylus per se is a first form of technology, so not just the technological solutions that we are talking about today. So it's not that we have to avoid technology, because as I said before, this would be a nonsense, and I am the first one to admit it. But we have to choose the most promising technology according to our goals. For example, if our goal is to design the house of a person that we know and that should be unique, also based on the identity of the designer. So what is the most promising technology that we have to use? Well, they have to be used together. So stylus without mediations and digital technologies that mediate, that bring lots of advantages as compared to other topics, because they really help us, these digital technologies, but they may push us towards certain risks that we are aware of, that are normally connected to philosophy. For example, falling into replicating the past against imagining actual alternatives. And this is particularly true for all the algorithms and for all the softwares based on algorithms. They replicate the past. They've been developed based on this concept. So the risk of standardization. There is also the risk of overestimating artificial abstraction against the human abstraction. But careful, because human abstraction works based on the human mind, which is a pot of elements that are not fully used. And then there is the overestimating computation, which is not always what we have to consider when we have to design. So there is the risk of overestimating computation logos against both other forms of rationalities and other creative processes that are not rational. So the risk is to atrophy some human abilities. Then there is a more general question. What kind of humans are becoming? We may decide to do what we want, but here there is another philosophical theme that is very dear to me. We have defined ourselves for thousands of years as humans or human beings who can take our own decisions and our reliabilities. This is the decision making. We are shifting the decision making process from ourselves to machines, to digital technologies. Are we happy with that? Maybe yes, but we are taking our heart, we are moving it away from us. and also careful, because this means also under a philosophical point of view that we are not delegating contents like the interior design of a home. But this is a meta-externalization. This is something more serious, because we are externalizing abilities and capacities. I teach aesthetics at the Polytechnic Institute of Milan. What does it happen with humans when they have to understand a space under an atmospherical point of view? So take into consideration all the senses, all the sensorial richness that is not given to us by digital. Then I would like to conclude with an image, and I use it with my students as well. When I say careful, it's not just delegating, transporting outside of us contents and simplifying roads and processes and pathways, but also atrophying abilities. As you can see in the two pictures, this is a metaphor, of course, so we can say that in both cases, both on the left-hand side picture and the right-hand picture, we can reach the top of the mountain, which is our goal. So we can reach our goal anyway, but what is the difference between of them? In the first case, when we reach the top of the mountain with our hands climbing the rocks, using our body, our mind, and climbing that vertical wall, only in that case we can have an evolution. We can work on our identity. We can strengthen our abilities. That otherwise, if we just travel by helicopter, we will atrophy our abilities. So using the two things, the helicopter and our hands, is good in different situations, but let's never forget of our hands, because they make us evolve much more as single individuals, and they put us less at risk of losing our own individual style. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to quote a sentence from a book that came to my mind when it was the risk of the new standards was mentioned. A recent book by Barack Obama advisor was released. The author lives both in Bologna and in Baltimore, and the author underlined the fact that in Bologna he doesn't find any standardized realities, because when he goes to different supermarkets and shops, he finds different realities. While when he goes to the United States, he finds that there are no personalities anymore. So this is a very important message we can think of, and it reflects the culture of our society. Now it's time to listen to a video. This is a recorded interview with Professor Pierluigi Sacco. All right, so here we are with Professor Pierluigi Sacco, whom I would like to welcome right before moving on to the appropriate introductions. Welcome, Professor. Thank you very much. So I decided to greet him before introducing him because, like many of the people that will speak today, he has such a prestigious curriculum that it requires appropriate attention. So he's Professor of Economics and Delegate of Director to International Events and European Projects at Ulm University in Milan. He's a Senior Advisor for OECD, Senior Researcher at Bruno Kessler Foundation in Trento, And at MetaLab Harvard, he is a research associate at ISP CCNR in Naples. He has been senior advisor at the European Commissioner for Education and Culture, faculty associate at the Berman Klein Center for Internet and Society, Harvard University, and visiting professor and visiting scholar at Harvard University. So the presentation was so complex that it will help us understand the key element of his speech that will be very useful for us in order to solve this equation of the city, which is linked to the topic of sustainability. Sustainability, as we all have understood, is not just linked to the environmental issues. It is a macro topic, a big container, let's say, in which we have to include all the variables, the social one, the cultural one, the economic one, the environmental ones, and those which are related to architecture. So, Professor, please help us understand the solution to this equation. Well, obviously, it's not easy to give a solution, but there are certainly some interesting guidelines, not just for our reflection. In my opinion, they are also interesting for acting. It is clear that beyond its symbolic and demonstrative value, the project of the new European Bauhaus is particularly interesting because it underlines how apparently different topics from the policy of sustainability to the discipline of the project, to design and culture, can have a decisive role in the green transition of the European economy. And this stems from the role that these disciplines have in behavioral change. In fact, the real problem with sustainability is behavior. We can clearly think about all the hardware components, but the main point is that if people's attitude don't change, there is no hardware that can be useful for us. From this point of view, cities can help us a lot. What we're learning nowadays is that the cities we live in are not just simply spaces we inhabit, but they are part of our thought processes. So I think that everyone has noticed how our ways of thinking change and even how our behaviors change if we open our window and we see green spaces, if we see concrete instead, or if we see a beautiful seascape instead. Not only does it change our mood, but we also know that it changes the way we think. For example, it has been clearly demonstrated that people's psychological well-being depends on how close they are to a green space. It doesn't matter how big or small it is, it just has to be there. When the urban spaces are deprived of green areas, we function from a neurocognitive point of view in a different way. And as a result, there are some cities that can help us think. And then we can improve our ability to respond to certain social challenges. And there are some cities that inhibit us. And not just because, as we used to think, it is a matter of amenity, but because they can activate our emotional and cognitive faculties in a different way. This is what we call the extended mind. Now we are very aware of the fact that the way in which we think are not just in our brain. So, for example, when we take notes with a piece of paper and a pen, we're not just simply fixing our ideas. It is clear that when we decide to write things down instead of learning them by heart, we do things differently. We develop a much greater depth of understanding. In the same way, if we are in outdoors, completely changes our thinking, also if we are in big spaces or small spaces. We start from this small scale and we reach the urban scales. Therefore, we can understand that the crucial element for the functioning of cities is the public space. So what makes the difference is not just what happens in our own spaces, which we own and control, but what happens in collective spaces. From this point of view, the quality of public spaces makes a huge difference. There are some particularly interesting examples because there may be smart cities that are smart not because they are technological, but because they can use the public space with a particularly good function. There is one example I like to give because it is becoming more and more important in cultural policies. It is the example of Favara in the province of Agrigento, a town which developed, thanks to the visionary action of two spouses, Andrea Bartoli and Florinda Sayeva. They created a project called Farm Cultural Park. They opened an architecture school for children. The aim is to teach children how to use public spaces to express themselves and to make it become a space for social interaction, and doing so by using the tools of architectural planning. The effects were really disruptive because now Favara is one of the most interesting places for the contemporary architectural planning debate in the world, so that it hosts the Biennale countless cities that host architecture coming from all over the world. So this brings us back to the main topic of smart cities and technology. There is a sort of fetish conception of technology because we believe that simply having broadband, just having well-organized and well-coordinated transports make a city a good city to live in. Certainly we need broadband and means of transport, but that's not enough to solve the problem, because if we live in cities that offer all of this, but at the same time these cities are not stimulating, are not social, these aspects do not solve any of these problems. So it is interesting to understand one particular thing. While in traditional rhetoric, the only smart cities that can only be large cities that can make large infrastructure investments, actually, from our point of view, we can say that you can be smart even if you are medium or small, even very, very small, because if you can change environments that may be very small, but they have absolutely unique characteristics, if you can turn these environments into a stimulating environment, that obviously makes the difference. And this is particularly important in this period after the pandemic, in which there is a greater attention on the regeneration of smaller centers in inland Italy, for example, rural areas. As you know, in the 1970s, this was a debate that made a difference. On the way in which we live the cities. It was a moment in which Italian urban planning and architecture gathered around a new great project, and the results of all of that are really good. So here we are facing a similar challenge, but we do need wider and more complex tools and disciplines. So we need to better understand how human behavior works. In particular, we need to learn from cognitive science and neuroscience. We need to learn from the new behavioral sciences, because the problem is not just the quality of what we do, but we need to focus on the semantic system that is related to the space and how this affects our behaviors. From this point of view, the new European Bauhaus is crucial in this way. It is a visionary project because it is the first time in the world that this connection between design, culture, and behavioral change is identified. Therefore, we can say that we are in the right place at the right time. I believe that this is a good opportunity also for next generations that we should not miss in order to make a good progress in Italian design culture, and this will really make the difference. So this is one of those opportunities that happen only once in a generation, and that we definitely need to take advantage of. So we definitely need to take advantage of this. I agree with this message. I would like to highlight two ideas that I think were particularly interesting and original. On the one hand, we talk about the importance of behavior over technology. I recently wrote a comment for Corriere della Sera in which I pointed out that we can't just complain about platforms that offer books through e-commerce platforms, but we need to be less lazy, we say, we should get out and go to a bookstore in order to save this category. Otherwise, we blame technology when the only ones who are responsible for this are just us, because we don't go to bookstores anymore. And on the other hand, you are mentioning the extended mind. If you think of nature, for example, spiders use their web as an extended part of their nervous system. So, you were saying that the city, at the same time, the city can become a nervous system of the human being. Certainly, because planning itself becomes a function of the extended mind. The quality of planning becomes a quality of social thinking. In Italy, for example, the culture of planning has always lived through some tough times. And this explains why it is so difficult for us to imagine systemic processes of transformation that really work. So we do need to make the culture of planning become something that belongs to us, because we are not able to think of it. And since we are not able to think of it, we're not able to make it real. So, as you were saying, Professor, we have not found the solution to this equation, which is very complex, but I feel I can say that we have added some very important and interesting elements. So I thank Professor Pierluigi Sacco. Let's go on with our debate. Thank you very much. Thank you too.
Allora, porterò l'applauso.
And unfortunately, Mr. Sacco could not come here today, but I will give him an applause. There is another event going on, so we still have to speak out loud. Then there is a last speech for this round table, Emanuele Di Giacomo. Good morning, everybody. I would like to share my screen. I would like to thank Mr. Diego Zoppi, as well as the National Council of Architects. Can you hear me? Good morning, everybody. My name is Emanuele Di Giacomo, and I would like to present just a second, we're having some technical issues. This is the interpreter speaking.
Sembrava un'opera d'arte.
It sounded like a piece of art, a contemporary piece of art. Can you hear me now? Yes, we have solved the technical issue. I would like to talk about the importance of the conceptual design and to find an analogical and digital balance for BIM. And I've been working as an architect for more than 30 years, and I will talk about the impact of instruments on architectural creativity. I am a Maybe I need to share again. I am an ex-student of the architect Paul Menon of the 60s. He founded the School of Architecture of Paris-Toyac, and in the 90s he was convinced that in a few years the smart 3D technologies would have allowed architects to design the buildings of the world in which we live and to protect our planet. So this was something very important, and we've always been convinced of this importance. At the beginning, as you know, at the beginning of the perspective, there was this architect, Brunelleschi, who invented perspective, And this was a calculation method and a rational way to represent buildings. So at that time, we could see the importance of technology. Of course, it was a different type of technology, but if these architects, famous architects, lived in our era, they would have been convinced of the importance of the new technologies. Also, Leonardo da Vinci used draft, and this was an essential tool of research for his work. And in modern times, we saw the evolution of tools such as rotring or the traditional CAD, which was an evolution of the architect processes. We've always followed these evolutions, as we heard before, and it is important to follow the evolution of technologies. The building information modeling is a very important process that allows to put the architect at the center of the project. And we have to be very careful because the other jobs, the other professions like construction firms or engineering firms have understood this process that allows to manage the project in a perfect way. At the origin of BIM, even though sometimes architects are against this new project, there was an architect, Professor Philip Forstein, who invented this process, this concept. He wrote a book which is Intention to Artifacts concerning this topic. But as Jean-Paul Bourdieu, the architect, said, 80% of the DNA of the project is contained in the first sketches of the project. This means that there's never going to be a fully digital project, but it is always important to have an analog project. And then the project, as we all know, is the result of a smart collaboration among architects, engineers and customers. And only architects have the full control of the project. Only architects are the leaders of the project. So we can't say that, I mean, he doesn't have to let the engineers or the builders to say something to him, because the process is a very complex process, and the more we're going on, the more buildings become complicated. So we need these approaches to master all the aspects of the project, so the costs, the structural aspect, or the engineering aspect. The project is the result of an intellectual and shared project. It is not an instrument. And as Viollet-le-Duc, when he answered to Monsieur Villec, it's not that we use the brush or the pencil to draw, but we use intelligence. The instrument doesn't do anything at random, but it's the mechanism of the hand that draws, but based on the brain. Even though his hand might be skilled, it is never going to be a pantograph. And as we can see on these sketches by Renzo Piano, that were converted in digital models, as we heard by Diego Zoppi with the bridge before, it is then built with very sophisticated systems or robot systems. So the digital world doesn't decreases creativity. This is an example of Louis Paillard Architects. They use manual technologies that are very lithographic to reach a digital result with their own team, which is very close to what they designed. And Marchetti Ferrier Studio, when they designed this project, started with drafts, sketches, and then they used the digital to build up this building. Then BIM, digital and artificial intelligence, provide to the architect the instruments to master his art. Even because buildings are becoming more and more complex. If we look at this example of the use of artificial intelligence to define the ending shape of the palace, of the building, we know that there are some parameters that the architect can use to finalize his project and win certain design challenges that are very complex, that couldn't be solved by human brains, or we would need lots of tests, lots of efforts to reach an outcome. And as we heard in the previous presentations, it is also important to manage data that are connected to these challenges to create projects, especially complex projects, but also minimalist projects by, for example, Renzo Piano or other architects when they design something minimalistic. And only artificial intelligence and new technologies can optimize a project like this one with 700 panels that are all different one from the other. And artificial intelligence allows to accelerate, to solve the problems that we have nowadays. And with the European Bauhaus, we are facing also the environmental problems to understand the future behaviors of the building. Of the buildings, for example, energy consumption, or we can understand how much light there's going to be. We can anticipate. We can understand the most interesting module for a building. The generative design inherited of the industry will allow us to define some goals and the constrictions and the limits. So this is a cycle that allows us to use smart algorithms, to use the power of IT to solve problems that are very complex, such as, for example, the light that we have at daytime in a building, or the pathway that should be covered by people to go from one office to another in a building. Can you please reach your conclusions? Well, the conclusions are that artificial intelligence and digital will allow to control, anticipate, and communicate, but also to have room for foolishness, to design buildings that respond to the problems of our time. Thank you very much. And I would like to give the floor to you. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have to be a controller. We need to stick with the times, so everybody has got the chance to speak. We have concluded our first round table, so I would like to give a final applause to all of our speakers. Thank you very much. And now I would like to start with the second round table, which is the project of quality in the digital area, creativity from artificial intelligence. So in the latest speech, we have already heard of that. So there is a connection between machines, artificial intelligence, and computers, and we're going to speak about that with Li Zhang, president of the School of Architecture of Tsinghua, University of Beijing, who is going to be connected with us. Then Pascal Terracol from France, from the ENSA, the professor of the ENSA Paris Val de Seine. Pascal Terracol should be here. Welcome. David Sereo, Associate Professor of the ENSA Paris Val de Seine and a researcher in the same laboratory. Welcome. Then we've got Fulgencio Aviles Ingles from Spain, architect and president of the GEAAC, and member of the executive board of the Architects Council of Europe and professor of legal architecture. Welcome. Dominic Banazak, I hope I pronounced it correctly, architect, treasury, member of the IARP, Association of the Polish Architects, Lab 3 Architecti. Zach Conti, a Maltese architect connected from Singapore, expert of artificial intelligence, big data with a huge international CV. Then we've got William Bonding, a Maltese architect connected from Malta, a member and founder of the E+A and professor of physics at computing at the University College of London and the University of Malta. And then Barna Kovac, a Hungarian architect, the founder of the Barna Architects Officer, and he teaches at the Barna University. He got lots of prizes. He should be here today. Okay, so I would like to give you a consideration about architecture, artificial intelligence and culture. We heard about creativity and artificial intelligence. A couple of years ago, just before the COVID, you will probably remember that there was a supercomputer that was in charge of completing the Incomputer by Schubert. That was a very important event involving lots of different musicians, and then the result was considered as a positive. I would like to make a consideration. Maybe the Incomputer, the unaccomplished by Schubert, should have been left unaccomplished. But the question that we have to ask ourselves is that maybe it's not AI, that AI can accomplish the unaccomplished by Schubert, but if it can actually get hints from Schubert. So we're going to face we're going to talk about this topic with Mr. Li Zhang.
Thank you very much indeed. May I share my screen? Thank you. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to talk about the topic of urban ergonomics, how tech may assist us to know better of our own bodies and how to make our bodies and our cities interact with each other better. This issue comes from the end of the previous period of construction in China, manifested by in 2008 Summer Olympic Games, where basically urban construction is all about the creation of objects. Nowadays it's not like this, and people are getting more and more aware of the interaction of the human body and the urban space, and the concept of a healthy way of urban life has changed. It is more about the relationship between the human body and the urban space, and therefore we are suggesting this method of design of from 5 scales, from the very large scale to the micro scale, that we may reconsider and reshape our cities to be better interactive with our human bodies. And the first, the macro scale, is more about urban design, is more about the distribution of our body as dots inside the larger urban area. In the far scale, it's more about the analyzing the data of all the urban movements, the people movements like vectors. And the medium scale, then, we have within our typical pedestrian urban design scale, where all these micro and intermediate interactions can be known, can be analyzed, and such as this, when you have volunteers doing this kind of eye tracking experiment, you know what is going to interest people when they move around the city or a park. In the near scale, we can certainly know more about the movement and the positions of the human body until to the micro scale, where we can have all this network of information that's coming through the entirety of human body. So we know how interface may interact better. This is the framework of the technology that we may use. Of course, and there is a ethical debate on what kind of data you are entitled to collect, what kind of data actually should not be or should never be collected. We come to the design of two slopes in the coming Winter Games in Beijing. One is the ski jump, the National Ski Jumping Center, and the ski jump centers are very well known to be not easily used post games, because they can't be used by common people. So we do have this idea of how to make this superhuman structure and more usable to the common men. The first is about the common man moment of the Superman, and is this rotation of the original and sighting by the Federation of International Skiing Federation expert Hans-Martin Rinn, where he designed the profile of the ski jump. He used the black line, but we rotate it 20 degrees to the north. Then about 0.3 seconds, when the athlete sits on the bar before he or she takes the jump, he or she has 0.3 seconds to have a brief look, a glimpse into the environment, and affects the psychology very much. And here you can see in the blue direction, you do see all the way into the valley, and see in the far angle around here, you see a line of the ancient Great Wall ruin. So this kind of connection will change the psychology before you take the ski jump. Of course, the other components are more designed for the common man rather than the Superman, such as this disc space on top, including this ring-shaped footbridge, originally proposed by a Swiss designer to have a 5-floor ring-like structure surrounding the mountain, but we can link all these small venues with this footbridge. So when you do the running or pedestrian movement, you do have all these kind of changing landscape and man-made structures. In the medium scale, we create redundant stairs leading up and then down, back, between the stadium in the bottom and the club at the top. And in the bottom, we rejected the usual way of doing a reversed slope. We do a flat soccer field. So all the concerts, all the outdoor activities can be hosted here. And of course, in the space on the top, you do have around 4,000 square meters of open space. So you can have exhibitions, you can have conferences, you can have shows used by the common man. And of course, from here, you do have a view, and very good view of the athletes taking the jump. This is the bottom stadium. And of course, it has been used once for an opening of an art festival. Not very good design for the lighting, I'm sorry. And it was done by the designer of the stage, not by me. Another way, of course, is how another slope is the big air center for Beijing 2022 is incorporated in the Shogun Industrial Heritage Site. It's about connecting the memory and forming the new skyline. You do see it and the geometry, how it is linked with existing fabric, and how this image actually, we've done 100 image and different designs for this view angle of how this new skyline is going to be created, and it's finally selected by the old workers living here. The design of the pedestrian space around the lake, and the analyzing of where do we have the view, where do we have the movement, and where do we have the older people, where do we would have the younger people. And the design of the jump itself, actually, it can be used for the first time. The aerial and big air can be combined into one structure. And this we have done with great help from Joe Fitzgerald and Davide Curato, both from the Federation of International Skiing, making their profiles more compatible with each other, so we can add temporary structures to form this changed, alterable profile for different sports. And of course, with it, the updating of the old fabric, and this is done by an Italian team from Turin. They are involved in the design of Parco d'Ora, and they've done this also. And for the other structures, keeping the existing fabric on the ground and adding more spaces on top to create more humanized scale. So we do think this kind of urban ergonomics, if you design, if you think from the human body, and if you design from the evidence of the data related to human body, it will make the space more usable. It will cause better long-term urban environment. And that is my presentation to share. Thank you very much indeed.
Grazie mille.
Thank you very much. I had the pleasure to go to Beijing in 2008. I remember the stadium; it was really impressive. As the professor was telling us, now relationships are at the core of our activities. Now we would like to give the floor to Professor Terracol together with Professor Serrero.
I don't know. La presentazione. Perfetto.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello to all of you. Thank you, Diego, for inviting us, and we are really proud to be there. So we're going to try to explain to you what we are going on our school, which is and our lab, which is Paris Val de Seine School of Architecture, and the lab is EFCO. We are all already in it. Yes, utopia is going on, and so it continues as well. The conjunction of climate, data scheme, and AI is a major goal. We know that. And architecture practice is very upstream of the construction process and economic activities. And we have to keep that in mind as well. BIM is a tool, but if we consider that BIM enhanced with IoT, big data, AI, smart contracts, and blockchain, we're going to enhance the world tools and the world capabilities of those tools at the services of architects. And the question is, does architects are going to be supervisor? The second question is, does AI can be a project accelerator scheme? As well, we think yes. We have done a survey with one of our students, and we have, as we know, AI schemes are free entries and first classification, second regression, and third free human supervision. And we have classified what goes out of the school in our country, in fact, in our 20 school in France. And we have classified the 64,000 diploma which has been delivered for architect diploma within 40 years ago. And we have the tools to do that because we work with Python and open source libraries and so on. And the question was, what goes out of the school? We have the data and the answer. We have done kind of the same survey as Borislav Saracek you presented before in the European scope, but we have done it in our country. And we have classified who teach and what. And so here you can consider on the right that there is a specific dichotomy between a practitioner who teach on architecture scope and urban practitioner, and it's not exactly the same people. And here also we have the tools to classify them, the same open library sources, library and Python coding, in fact. So the question with AI is to get out of a paradigm, and we have to keep the gap between rationalism, where we were, and we are going to get on a kind of empirism. And the thing which is really, let's say, specific, it is that we have to deal with the curse of complexity, because we don't know exactly what goes inside a neural network, in fact. And the question is, how do we deal with black box paradigms fitted to conception scheme, in fact? And we have to accept that and to manage that. And those technology can facilitate human and social amenities, because between techniques and the question which are running on society, those kind of tools are really helpful, in fact. We are also running on other questions, because the future is now and fast, absolutely. And so we are hiring a PhD students to design new equipment, and I mean by that vertiport and VTOL question. And neural network and data and AI are not so far from this subject too, in fact. In last July, we were in Paris, and this was this event, and Mark Zuckerberg, as you know well, announced that 10,000 people are running on VR within Facebook, in fact. So you have to understand the scope and the scale of this kind of thing. So we have to deal with, as we are architects, with marketing forces and commercial services, and we have to keep our position absolutely in that situation. And we have to do it with, let's say, pedagogy, research, and industrial partnership, and in a European scale, in fact, as well. Because if we don't, it's going to be difficult for the society as well. So with David, which is here, we have delivered from 2017, 4 years ago, a seminary based on architecture intelligence. And on the next November 18, we're going to deliver the second specific journey on that subject. In fact, you are well invited on that thing. And as well, we're going to present 12 communication on the topics you are, as a smart city, smart house, innovation material and digital manufacturing, augmented and predictive design, emotion and perception as well. Well, those events are encapsulated a bit in the chair architecture and intelligence. And the question are, what about emotion? Does smart city only a security paradigm? Can AI can offer other amenities for the town and citizen? What are the future of the tools? And is aesthetic a closed field with AI? This is a really important topic and question, in fact, as well. Some of our students, Marion Cagriglioni, work of these kind of things, and for us, she considers a building can be a multi-agent system, and she designed a globing volume regulation. The question is that the house or even a building knows about as he owns rules, in fact, and urban plan has to be managed with this kind of concept, in fact. Another example is the work with Barbara Araque-Palacios, and she has been working on emotion, in fact, because we have captors to deal with body and so on. And the way is to manage this kind of concept with spatialization concept, in fact, as a scheme, in fact. Yes, human-machine interface is on a kind of displacement because we are all we're teaching our students to design a project with a mouse, and with this kind of disposal with VR and eye tracking and BCI, which stands as a brain-computer interface, the context is going to move, in fact, and so you have to understand that not so far there is a neural network working, and the system can understand what the user wants to do, in fact, in this kind of situation. So, next question is how to get rid of chimeras. Next, okay. How to avoid standardization? It is a big question also. And can vernacular space can be preserved with AI? This is a big question too. So, we think that applied to spatialization and urban scheme, AI can be an accelerator of design. And thank you for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. My name is David Serro, and I'm a researcher and part of the team of Pascal, where we built up basically a laboratory doing research in architecture and artificial intelligence. If I can pass the first diapo.
Abbiamo bisogno della presentazione.
We need a presentation. Okay.
Research in a school of architecture is to bring new ways of learning things that are not yet known. And part of our work is basically to combine inside of the same spaces architects, engineers, and also code writers in order to be able to bring this new knowledge. And our labs are basically totally open lab, and we strongly believe that the data is the new brick for architects, and facing this increasing complexity that architects have to deal with, processing data and generating data is a very important new step for architects. I'd like to show you here 5 very simple examples of the research that is being done in the lab. The first research is on generative architectural design. I think this is something that we know now for years. Basically, that's the way to design, bringing algorithm that allows to produce a large amount of options. And the architect come as a way to select and choose the best options. In this particular scenario, we're looking at different variations from a tower design. And what's important when you start dealing with generative design is algorithm can basically learn from us what will be the next step of the choice. And we go into what we call predictive design. After a couple of options, after a selection of a couple of options, the architect could be helped by the algorithm to propose him what will be the next option he will choose. So that's exactly the same algorithm that the one you use when you download a Netflix movie, where they propose you the next movie you want to see, and that's exactly the one you want to see. Facebook is using the same kind of algorithm. We call that recommendation algorithm, and they're part of this research by French computer writer Yann Lequin, who is now the boss of Facebook architecture intelligence team. The second example we'd like to show is a work on the issue of reusing materials for new building. I think we're all facing throughout Europe, but in the world, a real problem with shortage of material to build new buildings. And we started to program ways to identify what will be in the next future, the material available to build new buildings. So basically what we did is we programmed an artificial neuronal network to identify in a specific area what will be the buildings that will basically be demolished, and what is the amount of material we could reuse from this building to build newer projects. And basically the device allows to learn from several buildings that were unbuilt in order to be able to create a database of material in time and in space, which will be available for new construction. So the idea is to basically create a pool or an ecosystem where we could share material from buildings to building instead of always bringing new materials and demolishing buildings and sending all that to the trash can. So I mean, we all know that architecture is the second most pollution actor in the world, and part of this research is to say we could learn from our usage to basically increase and be smarter on the way we use material. Another interesting part of the team is working on sensible housing. Sensible housing basically is based on IoT, Internet of Things. We are architects start connecting devices. Windows are talking to front doors. Radiators are talking through Wi-Fi system to all the different components of an architecture. And we're trying to identify all of this new environment that we're going to have to deal with in our environment. And as we heard also earlier, this new house becomes basically a sensitive skin that monitors the way we're living and learn from us on the way we're living. And the questions we're asking in this project is, could we use emotion, and Pascal talked about it, as a way to generate new spaces. It's interesting to know that most of us design buildings through experience we had from other buildings. And the question is, could we basically automatize the way we perceive building, the way we feel with buildings in order to design next phase? So in this team, we use simple devices, which are existing devices like smartwatches, which are able to monitor your pulse rate when you enter space. And we're trying to create maps of pulse rating in a space, and we use this data as a way to regenerate spaces based on how you felt at a very specific moment. So these are a part of the example. So we use sensors data, and what we're building is the way we can scan the existing spaces and bring that as a way to combine these spaces together.
Conclusion, please.
Too much things to do. Smart material, but then we're going to stop on that. But I'm happy to be able to bounce back on the Diego Sopi point on concrete. We have a team working on smart material, and part of that is to integrate RFID chip within material, and that's a concrete wall that basically is a smart concrete wall where you monitor the state of concrete with this chip, and by passing your phone, you could just know what's the pressure and what's the amount of humidity, for example, in the concrete. And I think that type of material could allow to avoid this kind of disaster like the Morandi Bridge in Genoa. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A me Netflix non propone mai i film che vorrei vedere, ma
Netflix never proposes the films that I would like to see, but maybe it is a matter of generation. So let's continue with Fulgencio Aviles Ingles.
E a tutti gli organizzatori. Cominciamo. Sorry for my voice. Yes. Does the BIM environment change professional responsibilities? New insights. Design and architecture have always benefited from technological advance. Let us remember the arrival of computer-aided design or application for the calculation of structures or text and data processing. They were a huge performance boost and time saver, but they also generated new type of mistakes. The cut and paste has generated many conflicts in technical specification, which in some cases have caused error, delays and damage according to architects. BIM has provided many benefits since it was launched with the evolution of generation 1, 2 and the current third, in which artificial intelligence algorithms are incorporated, but now the announced fourth generation where artificial intelligence will help insurance companies, planning control authorities, or financial entities to check building compliance and taxonomy. This represents a new milestone in architecture and design. There is no doubt about the many advantages of using BIM, applied in all phases of the life of a building, from its sketch to the demolition. The coordination of structure, facilities, and spaces is much more effective. Also, the early detection of error or lack of coordination reduce the time and cost of our solution. Recognizing these advantages, there is enormous information, mainly by insurance companies and builders, on the risks that the use of BIM can bring. In order to protect our architectural group and offer a better service to European society, the ACE BIM working group was created, and the conclusion of the HOT in threat stated, liability and insurance risk. It is also important to understand how the notification process operates, with the model to ensure that any amendments to the design have been fully understood, verified, and accepted. Has the contract defined who was responsibility for ensuring that amendments are seen, acknowledged, and actioned? Is this the BIM project leader who's charged with monitoring and facilitation, or does the onus remain with the individual designers? The architect mutual insurance have analyzed the new risk that will arise. The French mutual has highlighted for their work and divulgation. They have analyzed risk and recommended different contract for BIM manager, BIM project manager, and site director. To avoid a local vision of the future panorama, we have conducted a survey with 5 questions to insurance entities and representatives of our member institution. Have you found any complaint due to error in the processing of BIM? Who was requested? The designer, the BIM manager, of the site director. Do you consider that this system brings new risks? Will the loss ratio increase or decrease? Will it be reflected in insurance premium? So we have obtained an answer from the following countries. You can see Belgium, France, Czech Republic, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Spain, and United Kingdom. In general, the opinion is optimistic, and it is trust that the greater control of number of technicians involved in the digital model, plus the quality certification and local standard, will mean a reduction in error and complaint to architect and multidisciplinary teams. Answer analyze. In this graph, we have accumulated all the response, highlighting positive one in green, 42%, negative one in red, 27%, and doubtful one in gray, 16%. In the partial result, there are different opinions in each trend. I will highlight 2 answers in each question. First question, complaint due to error. In the negative way, in Denmark, there have been known several low cases related to quantities, in addition, at least one on copyright. In France, where the first claim for a contractual breach has already arrived, the work has been advanced with a model contract and preventive action toward the professional involved. Second question. Who was requested? The architect who brings together the 2 roles of designer and BIM manager. In arbitration cases, it is the project manager and director who are normally involved in the cases. Positive. BIM identifies and defines the authorship and area of responsibility of each agent. Third question, concerning to the new risk of this work system. Lot of risk. You need to document complex 3D models in place of a grid typical drawing. In BIM, you deliver a lot of redundant information where it is easy to find clashes. Positive opinion. The risk increases with the evolution of benefits. Clashes can be avoided with control and related standard alongside the BIM protocol. Fourth question, will the loss ratio increase or decrease? Negative. With the very complicated information and communication technology of data that today follow the contractual basis, it seems most likely that the level of conflicts will increase in the future, maybe even considerably. Positive answer. We expect a reduction of the number of claims, and on the other hand, an increase of the amount of damage in individual cases. Last question. Negative. In Germany, often the insurance premium is connected to the amount of planner fee. With BIM, there will be a higher planner fee and thus automatically a higher insurance premium. Positive answer. To date, the MAF and ASEMAS, mutual insurance companies, does not apply a premium increase for the use of BIM. The subject is under surveillance. Although there is a certain optimism, doubts are emerging about the future of the requirement of responsibilities. And in the countries with the greatest presence of BIM, a certain concern is beginning to be felt. From the GEAC, recognizing the improvement in the quality and control of our work as architects that BIM will entail, we want to be prudent, noting that a tremendous range of new risks is opening up, some of them unknown, since elaborated parameterized blocks can be handled by third parties and whose content is not fully controlled. Conclusions. The work delivery commitment may get out of control when other professionals intervene on our work, and error or non-compliance would drag down several technical teams in a cascade, which in turn could breach their contract. Conclusions. The corporate bodies of architects must promote information and training action for their associates in order to be alert to avoid this contractual and operational risk. This action must be coordinated for the whole of Europe, trying not to have different paces between countries. We must recognize the work that ACE, Orders, and some mutual have developed to make our colleagues known and warmer. But we must continue with this formative and preventive action. Education, as Boris said. ACE objectives include promote higher level of education, training and practice of architecture, guarantee the independence and integrity of the architectural profession. ACE, faithful to these objectives, must complete the work carried out in BIM and scope of service working group with a framework contract and action protocol that will deepen to help these new tasks that we are already assuming. Yes, we are the champions, Boris, but we need help each other and being protected by professional organizations. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Aviles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aviles Ingles. Now we would like to welcome Mr. Banaszak.
My name is Dominik Banaszak. I'm the treasurer of Polish Chamber of Architects and head of BIM working group by the Polish Chamber of Architects. And I'm not a scientist, not a tutor, but I'm simply an architect who uses digital tools in order to improve quality and efficiency of my work on a daily basis. Now I'm going to start with a short story. Once upon a time there was a country where architects, once they wanted to receive a building permit, they had to prepare a complete full documentation design, including architecture, structure engineer, HVAC, electrical, and so on. And the documentation had to be printed, and every single drawing had to be signed by head architect and the other architect who was verifying the documentation. Then the whole documentation circulated between architect's office and all engineers who had to sign it also. And also external consultants had to sign it. And then, after all this effort, we had to, the architects had to submit 4 copies, printed copies to the office, and wait for at least 2 months to get the building permit. Now, you all realize that I'm talking about Poland, but what is not, not so obvious, that I'm talking about the situation which took place a year ago. And now, what happened? COVID happened, and everything just stuck. The offices were on lockdown. Not only people were on quarantine, but also the documentation laid on quarantine for several days. The government wouldn't know what to do, and it was complete chaos. But as one said, in the midst of chaos, there's also an opportunity. So we saw it, and we written several letters to the Ministry of Economical Development and Technology in Poland, and within a month a group of people, a work group was created consisting of government representatives and architects and engineers to solve this thing out. And then we developed a dedicated online platform to submit the files, so the projects. We developed a digital application form in order to apply for a building permit. We had to choose the open source file format, which was the most popular PDF, obviously. And some slight alteration in digital signature in Poland, which is called trusted profile in Poland, had to be introduced. And last but not least, major legislation change had to be introduced in order to solve the problem. But we succeeded. And what, as Dan Schulman said, we went from being Flintstones to Jetsons in, well, about 12 months actually in Poland, but we succeeded. So have we achieved something really innovative, something really new? Obviously not. It just needed to be done, but the notion is out there for many, many years, actually for more than 30 years. Everything that can be automated will be automated. This is the rule of modern economy. Automation is inevitable. Because it permits repurposing human labor from repeatable tasks to high-value added creative tasks. And it's a law of market that efficiency and cheaper solutions will be introduced. So some argue that automation in information economy might be even more powerful force than globalization did for manufacturing. And it's probably true. So what are the benefits? First of all, the digitalization and automation save time. We spend a lot of time just signing and completing the documents. If it saves time, it saves money. And if we use less paper, if we use less traditional transportation, we also save environment. And last one, I know it's a bit exaggerated, but after the tragedy of COVID, we can even say that digitalization can save lives. So, what we do know on the daily basis, it's what the most valuable asset is not equipment, not money, but it's time and how we spend it, how we use it. And what we architects want to do is spend this time for creativity. Spend this time for architecture, not for signing documents and signing papers. Our investors, our clients want to spend this time on construction site, not in the office waiting for the building permit. And then again, and after all, we want to spend this time with our families and for work-life balance, because our minds have to rest also in order to be efficient. So how do we get to make this change? First of all, we have to realize that this is possible. We've got all of bad habits and we get used to the situation, but we can change it. And every big idea can come to life with just little steps. Digitalization of the industry, of construction industry, is a big idea, is a big picture. And the new European Bauhaus, it's a wonderful idea, great idea. But these can come true only with little steps that we do. And we can achieve success while working together. I mean, like architects community, we should work together on that. But also, we should take this bottom-up initiative, and it's useless without top-down regulations. So, non-governmental organizations should work with governmental, should cooperate with governmental organizations in order to make a change, and that's crucial. So, what are the next steps? As I said, what we achieved is nothing special because many countries have introduced those changes many years ago. But we won't go further and want to do the next steps. So in Poland and in Europe, BIM technology is quite common in architectural practices. But GIS technology is also more and more developing. And using BIM and GIS city maps, which are more and more popular, we can convince the authorities to prepare BIM GIS zoning plans, for instance. And if we do that, if we have that kind of tool, we can semi-automate the building permit procedure. So we can upload, so we could upload the BIM model, not two-dimensional documentation, but BIM model to the system, and the automated process can check if it's according to the zoning plan, for instance. So we can accelerate the procedure even more. So this is what actually we're trying to do next. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie mille.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dominic Banaszak. Everything started out with a question in an article by Alan Turing that you probably read it, published in 1950. And the question was, can machines think? Sometimes we should wonder whether bureaucracy can think as well, because sometimes at the origin of all of these problems, printing out documents that have already been digitalized belongs to bureaucracy, so we need to go beyond the bureaucracy. Now we have a connection from Malta, Zach Sureb Conti and William Bonding.
I'll share my screen. Can you see the picture clearly?
No. Yes. Now yes.
Okay. Un secondo. I'm sorry, I'm having some trouble here. I apologize. Come on. No, I have some trouble from here.
Just speak, please.
Okay. Can you see it now? Okay.
No, no, no. Possiamo forse passare al...
Maybe we can move to the next speaker. They are one after the other in a sequence.
Okay.
We have slides now.
Yes, I'm so sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, so thank you to the organization team and good morning to everyone. I'm a research associate at the Alan Turing Institute in London, which is UK's National Institute for Data Science and AI. Today, I'd like to discuss with you very briefly the role of authorship and human-computer collaboration in a synthesis of architecture and engineering. So the evolution through time has had a rather revolutionizing impact on the way we design and construct buildings. However, the advent of the computer in the digital age remains one of the most disrupting contributions to the architecture and civil engineering industry since the first industrial revolution. The emergence of computer not only has facilitated the automation of tedious analog tasks, but more significantly has provoked a paradigm shift in the way we theorize, design, analyze, and materialize architecture. So from the generative exploration of form and numeric analysis of complex forms, to the extrapolation of new forms using AI, to the fabrication of mass customization of building elements using robots. These innovations are already being woven into daily practice and engineering practices in our offices around the world. So the coupling of generative design schemas and analysis tools has encouraged a synthesis between architecture and engineering, where the considerations of both design and analysis, form and physics, are coupled from the very early stages of design. And this synthesis is contributing to a renewed, what I call depolarization of these two disciplines, which is enabling architects and engineers to push boundaries of material and geometry that were previously not feasible. So in my opinion, this depolarization actually has a positive contribution to designing intelligent solutions for a built environment that needs to respond to critical concerns such as climate change. So, however, in the midst of all this digital revolution, it is really important to question what is the role of a designer's intuition and creativity in this sort of a digital synthesis. As these systems become increasingly complex, they become difficult to interpret and to control, which tends to compromise the involvement of our intuition as designers who have experience, who have inspiration, and so on. So the question we need to ask here is, how do we preserve authorship and control over design quality and design outcomes? And in other words, how do we control these systems? So to answer this question, we can draw inspiration from historical figures like Antoni Gaudí and Pierre-Luigi Nervi, whose creative manipulation between architecture and engineering is sort of beautifully manifested in their projects, such as Sagrada Familia, Palazzo dello Sport in Rome, and Gatti Wool Factory. So their deep understanding of the relationship between form and physics enables them to intelligently control a balance of geometry and material efficiency. So my point here is that with computational paradigms, data science and AI, we can work towards this direction, towards gaining this intelligent control intuition more effortlessly. And I'll show this through this project. So the idea here is rather than attempting to emulate the human creative brain using artificial intelligence, our efforts here should focus on equipping and augmenting the intuition of the designer, the engineer, the artist, and so on, with rich information and insight about these relationships between form and physics, between design and analysis. So an example of this approach from my recent doctoral work, which involves using data science and artificial intelligence to extract mathematical relationships between geometry and structural engineering behavior response from data in the form of a software that enables designers to navigate these relationships effortlessly in the context of a design generation environment. So this way, human cognition is not externalized from the automated generative process, but rather it is augmented with an artificial intuition to creatively manipulate the balance between architecture and engineering in an inspired direction such as Nervi's and Gaudi's. So I'll end this talk here. Achieving this intelligent control over the synthesis between architecture and engineering can lead us to new forms and new languages of design. So for example, in this project, which involved the study of Japanese interlocking structural joints, where the structural members are interlocked purely through geometry and friction, without the use of any screws or adhesion, it was important to understand the relationship between geometry and structural behavior. So through a combination of advanced engineering analysis methods, together with data science, provided us with a deep scientific understanding about the complex relationships between intricate geometries crafted over hundreds of years and their structural behavior. So understanding these relationships was essential to enable us to design new complex structural joints and new material compositions with controlled creative manipulation over their engineering behavior, leading to innovative structural assemblies such as the ones shown in the images. So I will end this by sort of just stating this. A good computer-human relationship is one that augments the human intelligence and not one that substitutes it. Thank you so much for your attention, and apologies for my technical issues earlier.
No problem, thank you. Please, Bondin.
Mr. Bondin, you can take the floor. You ready? Mr. Bondin, can you hear me? I think we have some issues with the audio. We can't hear you very well, actually.
Perhaps you are on mute. I don't know.
Microphone. Perhaps yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now yes.
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
And can you see my screen, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
So to continue with Zach's presentation, I would like to discuss a project. I chose a project which is not a building, because in the past 10 years of practice, very few projects involved a continuous digital workflow from design to fabrication. Usually use digital tools as part of a process. So it's either digitally designed but then manufactured manually, or it's either manually designed and then digitally fabricated. So I chose this project because it's the one that sort of shows the most continuous workflow in creating the sculpture. So I would like to sort of share with you 5 observations from practice. And the first one is aesthetics. So tools of production are becoming tools of design. So the way we have access to specific machinery that does specific, can generate specific geometry, that sort of influences the architect or the designer to design for that mode of production. And we realized this, that over the years, our projects seems to start showing the slicing effect. And it's not because we really enjoyed or we were particularly fond of the slicing of geometry, but it's more because that is the machines we had access to, the plasma cutters and the 2.5D milling machines. So sort of, in a way, the authorship of an aesthetic direction lies somewhere in between the intuition of the architect, but also in the tools that are available, in the digital tools, in the manufacturing tools, but also in the design tools. And the role of the sketch. So in a traditional process, the architect would start with a sketch and explore geometry through that process. But somehow generative tools are taking over. So instead of analyzing one possible geometry, now we can analyze, sorry, I'm hearing an echo of myself. So instead of analyzing one specific geometry, now we can analyze multiple geometry at the same time and optimize and choose between them based on specifically set parameters, which does question the role of drawing and how drawing is changing from a process which is more about, sorry, I have to force quit this. I will stop sharing my screen. So the role of the drawing is changing from a process which is about form finding to a process which is about automation and generating data which is ready for production. And the last observation I would like to share from a practical perspective is there seems to be this gap between the process of conception, the traditional role of the architect of envisioning and imagining a geometry or imagining a space on one hand, and on the other hand is the role of the manufacturer, which is there to materialize the object or the space or whatever it is. So this gap has been traditionally resolved through specifications, through drawings, through notation systems, through providing one-way information from the architect to the team on site, which is producing the object. While digital tools, specifically digital fabrication tools, has enabled the architect to engage directly in the manufacturing process. So now we have a sort of feedback loop, a two-way communication between the act of conception or the act of imagination and the act of making and fabrication and materializing the object. And this has enabled architects to go back to the drawing board and sort of engage with new processes, engage in new forms. Because previously we couldn't specify materials which we've never worked with, which we have never accessed or worked with. But nowadays, through engaging on small-scale fabrication by building prototypes, we can go back, understand the material, go back and design for that material, for that process. Thank you very much, and apologies for the technical issues.
Grazie. Grazie, avete tutta la nostra solidarietà.
Thank you very much. We do understand that you might have these problems because we have been living these situations over the past 2 years. We know how difficult it is to have the good quality of audio, to share the slides at the same time. So we hope that these issues will be solved very soon. Someday, who knows? Human beings, but we were able to follow your presentation nevertheless. Now we leave the floor to the next guest, Mr. Kovac.
Thank you very much for the invitation on behalf of the Association of Hungarian Architects to delegate me, and thank you very much for the ego to accept my delegation. So when first I saw today's topic, I felt this is a very personal topic to me, and it was very fascinating to me. So if I say high quality design versus digit design, I think is not something that we have to decide between. I think is good if both is included. So but when we want to discuss this topic, we understand that technology is included, and all of us talking about how technology is included. And I think if we talk about new Bauhaus, that's a very interesting term. I was thinking about what does it mean. And first, I had some thoughts on the let's say old Bauhaus, and of course, at the beginning of the 20th century, technology is transformed the way we look at our environment as it's happening today, and Bauhaus is also a very personal topic to me because, for example, the university where I finished, it's the Applied Art University of Budapest, is named after Moholy Laszlo, and he was one of the most experimental artists or creator of Bauhaus, but also we are very proud of Marcel Breuer. He was also from Hungary. And I think just to some thoughts to Moholy, I think this type of experimental thinking, what is kind of generating today's discussion, this experimental way as we think of our environment, this is what is generating today's discussion, how the digital tools, how creative or how artificial intelligence is defining as we see our environment. Okay, so I also brought pictures about our design, but my thoughts is more general, so I'm not talking specifically these projects. But my question is that, what is a creative act for an architect? Very, very important question, I think. And how much is the automation should be part of our job? And we all know that it's already a part of our job. We all use these softwares. We all use, or not all of us, because not all of us use BIM, but many of us use BIM, and many of us using different type of automatizations. For me, the main question in this regard that how much we let these entities or this complex intelligent system to decide about what kind of options we have, and also to decide about what is available for us, and through this, it's how they decide about our decisions. Very, very important question, I think. And at that point, it's also a philosophical question. And I have an answer, or I have ideas about this. And what I think what an architect should design is something that is becoming alive. And the process to design something becoming alive is to using flexible system and organize it into complexity that can uphold, sometimes even through mistakes, and stay alive. And for me, at that point, when I was talking about this topic, I could connect these things to sustainability and the term new Bauhaus. And because to design something alive, we have to understand the sustainability. And I think that that might be different from, let's say, the 20th century Bauhaus. Because many of the avant-garde movement, they were sometimes exclusive and try to forget about past and try to offer something completely new. And that was, I think, not really natural. So sustainability means for me that we accept our mistakes and past as well, and we are developing a more organic future. Yes. And so for this reason, I think architects must preserve the trust in their decisions. And also I have, again, a personal story to tell in this regard, if you let me, that when I was studying in Vienna, and this is very much related to today's topic, and there was a diploma defending from the studio Zaha did, and Patrick was the tutor, and of course Greg Lynn was invited as well, and we looked at the project, and the students who was defending their work, he presented many alternatives for a solution, for a design. And he said that he observed, he analyzed all the possible options, and that then this is the conclusion. And that was a debate from Greg Lynn that he said that is very good, but is this something you wanted to design? And of course, is a question it's a question of that how much our decision is involved into that process. Very, very important, I think. So, and then we have to understand that at this point, if we have all the options for one question and everything is optimized for one solution, that it's possible that we are limiting ourselves. And if we are limiting ourselves, it's possible that is a decline is decoded. Not necessarily, but it's possible. So if I would be very poetic, I would say if perfection is often a fault, but sometimes mistake is a way to get closer to perfection. So we don't really want to achieve the peak because it might be not sustainable anymore. And so my conclusion would be that in design decision, we should be aware to have always other options. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie, bene, siamo arrivati.
All right, so we reached the end of the second panel. I think that there was something very important that we learned. Prometheus was the god of technology because he stole fire from gods and he took it to human beings. That's why he was punished. Therefore, Prometheus and fire are like metaphor for technology that is a sort of solution and a problem to be solved at the same time. So thank you very much. We are perfectly punctual, therefore we will have plenty of time for our lunch break. I would like to leave the floor to the next moderator, Mr. Giorgio Santilli. Thank you very much. Perché lampeggia il mio coso qua? Perché vuol dire che sta funzionando?
Sì, posso andare? Allora, buongiorno.
Good morning, everyone. We just need some time to fix everything. Now, we will move to urban scale, let's say, because this conference is about developed digital tools, but now we're going to focus on the city. So the title of the panel 3 is The City, the Digital City. It's the origin of the problem, and it can become the solution for the problem. I would like to welcome Mr. Ezio Micelli, architect and full professor at UOV University of Venice for urban economics, Mr. Lorenzo Bellicini, who is an architect and the director of CRISM, Then we would like to welcome Paolo Gilaberd. He is an architect, BIM expert. He works for SIPE Ingenieros. And then we will welcome Carl Beckstrand. He is an architect. He is a member of the executive board of the Architects European Council. And he is also the deputy CEO of the White Architecture. Then we will welcome Aldo Solazzo, architect. He works at the Noumena Design and Tech Service in Barcelona. And then we will have Federico Parolotto. He's a partner and co-founder of Mobility in Chain, which is located in Milan and Moscow. I was really surprised when I was listening to some of other experts that were talking in the past. This morning we have listened to different speeches, and there was a main point, which is the point of complexity. The title of our panel 3 is "The City Becoming the Origin of the Problem," from the origin of the problem, the solution of the problem. So we need to be able to handle the complex processes of the new urban situations. So I have some doubts regarding finding a solution to the problem, but the evolution is not the problem itself. I think that the processes are the problems. I would like to give you an example, which is typical of the Italian reality, actually, so I do apologize in advance with the foreign guests. Some days ago in Italy, a project was approved. The resiliency plan in Italy is very important, and it is very important also at the European framework. In Italy, we approved the plan for the urban regeneration. The name is a bit strange because they named it like the quality of living. We're talking about 4 billion euros allocated to different projects. This is one of the main pillars that will be part of the interventions for our cities. But the word digital wasn't mentioned in this plan. Then, as for transport, underground, etc., the word digital doesn't appear. Therefore, I have some doubts. Maybe those who coordinate this complex situation, and we have mentioned this word, complexity, many times this morning, so maybe those who coordinate these things have some problems. Because once mayors had to deal with it, or architects. So who has to deal with it? Architects, maybe, since we are the champions, as some of you have said. I don't want to waste too much time because I want to respect the agenda, to follow the agenda, and I kindly invite the following speakers to respect the agenda. So I would like to invite Ezio Micelli to take the floor. Can you hear me? Can you please share my presentation? I would like to start my speech by saying that the digital world is strictly connected to a wider picture. Here is a quote that I really like because also multinational companies understand what is the core of the problem. There is no innovation without sustainability. Sustainability is about the values that guide our work, because the digital world itself cannot exist if it doesn't belong to a broader picture. Therefore, we need to find which is the context. Here you can find the context. The context are the Sustainable Development Goals that guide us in our work. So it's interesting because we need to wonder. We need to ask ourselves, what will the city be like? Here you can see the Edge, one of the objects that was awarded with many prizes, and it was It was acknowledged as one of the best examples of a city in which you find digitalization and sustainability at the same time. It was very much appreciated because of some elements that we would like to underline. For example, the spaces, the indoor spaces of this building are like an information system because they communicate among each other and they communicate with the external space as well. It is an extraordinary example of the Internet of Things that exists inside the building. It let the building have a dialogue between the indoors and the outdoors. That's extraordinary. So it is a very intelligent building, a smart building, we can say that. Nevertheless, there are two things that I would like to point out. If we focus on objects that are extraordinary, we left behind some other realities that we do not mention very often because there is much technology in that building that I presented to you. And in the construction system, in the construction sector, there is much technology as well. This is an image of a research in which you find different industrial sectors and the organization of these sectors according to the level of digitalization that you can find in these sectors. Can you see that with the position of the construction just above just before hunting and agriculture? So it's good to celebrate big results and to reward these good examples, but we need to start thinking of our sector, and we need to realize that our sector is not that digitalized. There is also another point I would like to point out. When we create new things in this world, where we need to exist with already existing buildings, is a bit distracting. And why do I say that? Because it's not always possible to think of our cities as a sort of tabula rasa that is an empty space. We need to think of those buildings that already exist. And this is something I want to underline, because half of our heritage was done when the energy resources that we had were much different compared to now. This is not something that is referred to Italy itself. It can also be applied to the international scenario. This is an extract from the next generation EU in French language. In France, there is much attention towards the regeneration of the buildings that already exist in our cities. It is very important to support the weaker parts of the society, and it is very important to focus on social inclusion. Here you can find an idea that is also linked to the new European Bauhaus we are talking about. Therefore, we definitely need to start thinking about the values that allow us to put digitalization together with the heritage that we already have. Because we need to learn how to reuse and recycle what we already have. Maybe destroying and building again is not in compliance with the principle of the circular transformation of the city, because this type of transformation is just linear, because you destroy something and then you create something. We'd better start thinking this in a different way. So we need to start thinking in a circular way to make this effort in order to think the process of change in a completely different way. So how can we do that? Digitalization is really powerful because we can improve productivity. This is the main point. We know that we can automate probably every sector. As far as the manufacturing process is concerned, we haven't digitalized that much. So how can we solve this? We need to make things more hybrid. We are talking about BIM, digital technology, information platforms, and we need to apply these models to parts of the production. This is something that we are already doing in the UK, for example, in France. And this is something that we are witnessing also in the construction sector in our country. What is the purpose then? We want to plan new types of buildings. You can see an example here on this slide. You can see a new type of efficiency, of quality, and by doing so, we can also enhance and regenerate the buildings that are already existing in our country. Sustainability, energy saving, being prosumers instead of consumers. So this is very important.
Combination.
There is also sort of combination with other sectors. As you can see, the manufacturing model has been changing a lot because there is a shift towards mass customization and customization of the product and individual production as well. This slide is very clear because you can see a combination between manufacturing systems and the new potential constructing systems. I would like to conclude my speech by saying that this innovation is not just about data, it is also about new types of markets. Because when we talk about the object of this retrofit process, are models in which we find a new production of energy, new smart networks that can provide us with new types of information and values that we can share through by having new digital platforms. We can also build new business models. Therefore, we can imagine then that insurances, the finance sector, can consider the real estate sector in a different way. Therefore, it will be easier to foresee some future events. I would like to show you this image of Jennifer Walsh. She's a musician, and 10 days ago she was here at the theater that we have here at the Biennale in Venice. She's such an extraordinary artist. She combines different types of music and she uses artificial intelligence, and she combines artificial intelligence with her voice. Therefore, we can imagine that if we talk about AI, we do not talk about standardization. There are some combinations that are actually unpredictable that can generate new types of values.
Thank you very much, Mr. Michelli. You reminded us that the digital city has to include concepts like circularity. Now, I would like to give the floor to Lorenzo Bellicini. He will talk about the transformation of the cities. Thank you. When Diego asked me to come here, well, Cresme has been dealing with constructions since 1962, and we deal with innovation as well. But as Giorgio said at the beginning, we have a question, and it is a challenging question, and it forces us to think about some basic concepts, almost theoretical. So the question is, digitalization on the urban scale to manage the complexity of the new evolution urban concept. So digitalization is a tool. It is something a little bit more complex than an instrument. Or is it maybe a new stakeholder playing inside a market? So I tried to put together lots of different elements around this matter. And I will talk about 4 topics. The topic of complexity, the topic of technological innovation, the difference between analog and digital, and then the topic of the transfer of innovation inside the construction sector and cities. I have 10 minutes. I will try to speed up as much as I can. I would like to just sum up certain things. Maybe I would need more time to explain them in detail, but what I would like to say is that we are in a very complex situation nowadays. Everybody is mentioning Parisi, but then there are some other two scientists who got a Nobel Prize because they studied the complexity connected to climate. So the topic of complexity is connected to our time, and we cannot think about the complexity. There is not a cultural base, and we give a prize to these studies in physics. But let's think about the rest as well. If we put together lots of different mega trends that we can identify, the world is growing also under a demographical point of view, but not the whole of the world is doing it. Because in Italy, we lose about 200,000 people per year. So there is a world that is growing and another world that is not. And then there are some problems. We have a world that is full of waste. Earlier, Sacco was saying it is the behavior that we have that creates problems. And it is a world of cities. Cities inside the cities. And in cities, we have more than 50% of the population. So in the advanced economies, we are 80%. So it is a world of cities for people, for the soil consumption. Cities do not consume soil. Wealth is in cities. In 2,000 cities in the world, there is 70% of the wealth produced. And then there is the topic of productivity to be taken into consideration. We are in a world of competition, of globalization. We are in a world that is similar to what happened in 1315, when it was when Italy lost its significance, or the Netherlands lost their significance. And we might get in a new century, like the Chinese century, or the century of cities that are in a competition with a complex scheme. We are in an interconnected world. Of course, we are in an interconnected world. This is a world in which we have to eliminate carbon or reduce carbon. Under an energy point of view, we don't know whether our world will still survive. And it is a world of bets. The level of derivatives, finance, is like a different game, and it is a world of polarization, of imbalances, and it is a pandemic world as well. The risks from the pandemic is put at risks from the pandemic. But now I would like to talk about the COVID pandemic to see how we can manage complexity. And one of the main examples is that we are not prepared. We could not manage complexity. But at the same time, the pandemic puts us close to some concepts that are the contagion, illnesses, the closeness with death, quarantine, that produces economic downturns, and that produces also something else, something new. It is an acceleration of some dynamics that we saw beforehand. The CEO of Goldman Sachs said, the pandemic, COVID, will produce winners and losers, because it is an accelerator of existing elements such as digital and green economy. And we are here, we are working from home. We relaunched the topic of the home. We are thinking about a new model of the cities. So the lockdown and the economic crisis were something that we could not manage if also we consider what the WHO said at the beginning. And then what happened? So there is a recovery, and it is natural that there is a recovery. When in the first half of the 14th century the pest arrived, then it pushed towards the Renaissance. When in 1357 there was the pest in Europe, then we moved to the Rococo in France. Rococo is like a gold, but when the Spanish pest arrived, 1918, if you look at the cycles of this phase, what happened? Well, it is quite obvious. We saw death, and then in the 20s, we have a euphoria. So the pandemic generates differences and euphoria, and it accelerates a jump in the digital evolution. But we also have to take into account that right now we are living in an artificial world. Our world is an artificial world. And geologists or experts are talking about Anthropocenes. So the geological era of the artificial. We are already in an artificial world. But what is this generating? It is generating a new paradigm, a new urban utopia that lead to a sustainable development for the environment, for the society, for the economy. And from here we have the topic of the circular economy, and we should ask ourselves whether digitalization is helping us to reach that. The Club of Rome is 1968. In 1971, Barry Commoner wrote a book named The Loop to be Closed, which was translated immediately in Italy. But 50 years have passed, so why is this important concept difficult to implement? And in terms of digitalization, how can we use the parameter of timing in the right way? Because this is the question that really helps us to move in a certain way, bearing in mind that we don't know whether COVID is a technological operation under this point of view. How much time do I have? 1 minute. Okay. I wanted to speak about the combination between analog and digital. Analog is something that is analogous. From analogikos in Greek, it is something that I see and I reproduce in the same way, but in different forms. There is a dialogue between the two of them. Digital is digitus in Latin, so I reduce everything to a finger that digits. And if we consider a book of a physician from the north of Europe, Tegmar, I don't know whether you have ever read it. It is called The Universe of Mathematics. We are a mathematical outcome, so we need to understand what is going on. I don't want to take time from the others, but we have these scenarios in which technological evolution comes in and it changes everything. There is a problem. For example, when innovation works, when it gets recombined, and when does it do it? When it gets into the production chain, when it is part of the world of the production chain. Who can transfer innovation inside the production chain? If we want to talk about constructions, in Italy, we have 600,000 construction companies. 65% of the Italian market of construction concerns the maintenance of the buildings that we have. On average, we have 2.7 employees. There are 200,000 planners. From 2007 to 2010, Italian companies lost 10% of the technical members of staff. But how can I transfer this process of innovation in a world that is so complex? So we need to consider the role of the architect and create a program of timings that requires training, that requires knowledge and the ability to implement a revolution as the one that we are facing right now. Thank you very much, Lorenzo. You moved to the topic of the fourth round table. Now I would like to give the floor to Pablo Gilabert, who will talk about digital platforms that have a dialogue one with the other and the role that they have in the process of urban transformation. The floor is yours.
Now. Well, I will stand up. I don't mind. I don't know if you mind. I hope you don't mind, but I would like to look into your eyes to send you a message. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to share our expertise with all of you about this interesting topic. My name is Pablo Gilabert. I'm the Innovation Director of SIPE Software. And today I would like to talk about big BIM data. You have been talking about BIM, but I would like to give you another point of view from a software company. Okay. Well, I'm sure we all agree that data is the asset of today's society. You know, we are living currently in a digital era where we can find data generated by everything, everyone, everywhere, and all the time. It's crazy, but it's true. But the construction sector works in a different way. No? We have seen in the first presentation that, well, we are one of the less digitalized industries. And in part it's because we have been many years generating unintelligible data. What I mean is that we have been using tools focused on generating data to be printed, to generate drawings that should be printed in paper. So it doesn't have any sense. But things are, well, I mean, for instance, if we use a CAD system, we are going to define a wall with a couple of lines. And this is something that can be read by an algorithm, because depending on the point of view, it could be a wall or it could be a slab. So this is something that only a human being can interpret. But things are changing, and now there are many professionals working with BIM. And here we have the possibility of working with processable data. So we are working with entities like walls, windows, doors, wherever, with some data inside. So now we can apply algorithms to our project in order to work with this data. But I would like to say also that you should be careful, because you know, surrounding the BIM methodologies, there are a lot of acronyms, a lot of theory, talking about level of development, dimensions, etc. And there are many professionals with a huge problem that I say kind of Diogenes syndrome, because they think that the more data they have in their projects, the more interesting it is, and they are wrong. Now, they can use, or they are using objects with thousands of parameters that nobody uses. We need to control that. We need to use the data we are going to use during the whole life cycle of buildings. No? But in the end, what we want to do is, the question is, can AI improve the process of designing and building? Well, we should think about how it has been integrated in some other industries, and this is the general data value chain. So first of all, we need to collect some data, this project's information. We need to analyze in somehow in order to achieve some goals, to use it, some specific goals. Well, the idea is, well, how to create these scenarios. No? Well, I didn't present my company. I work for SIPE Software. We are a medium enterprise focused on the development of software for architects, engineers, many different areas like structures, cost estimation, building services, energy efficiency, etc. And 5 years ago, we realized that in projects, the most important thing is not the software you are using, it's the data you are generating. You know, Currently, it's almost impossible to develop a project with just one tool or one platform. We need to use many different tools for the different things. So we need to start exchanging data. It's important to control how this data is generated. No? So in our case, we had like isolated solutions, and we decided to move into an open BIM workflow. So start sharing open data, standards, public informations, and create a kind of environment called BIMserver.center. This is an example I want to share with you in order to explain how we are working with this. Well, today we are quite happy with this platform because in 4 years we reached more than 100,000 users, and we have more than 270,000 BIM models inside. We have more than 8,100 million of entities like walls, slabs, doors, etc. And a number that I can't even say in English of parameters. So a lot of data inside. So we were thinking, okay, how we can make something good with this information? Can we help our customers, our users, to improve or to be more efficient in the development of these projects, to improve their productivity? So we started researching about that. And even in some projects, we have been researching with ACE, funded by the European Commission. So we have started working on scenarios that have not yet occurred, trying to learn from the past, trying to create some patterns on how people is generating the different projects all over the world. This is the point. So, using these technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, smart algorithms, we have been trying to create some kind of impact. From the technical part, we are able to verify standards automatically if we have parameterized these standards. In our software, we have more than 150 standards implemented, from structures, energy efficiency, and so on. We can even identify some errors because, generally, we have some connections between all the different entities in a project. So we can, let's say, we consider a project as a database with a lot of different inputs coming from different softwares, focus on, I don't know, fire simulation, electricity, design, etc. So we can start creating links between all of them in order to identify if there are some errors, to avoid, I don't know, problems of the information generated. Let's give you an example. So if we read that you have already defined the power of the lights of your building, we can reuse this data for the thermal analysis. Or if we found a television in your project, we know that you need a plug behind this television and you need some electricity supply. So these links is something that we can control somehow. But also we can create this kind of connections in order to have a social impact. So the possibility of connecting people, we can consider that like in this social network, some people like to generate structure entities, some others prefer to generate energy analysis, so we can start creating connection between different peoples all over the world. Even we can apply it for controlling the environmental impact and the waste generated. Depending on the materials you have used in your project, we can apply a connection with a database in order to have an estimation of your design. So we can provide you with some tips to avoid this environmental impact or to improve it, also according to energy efficiency, where there are many, many different possibilities to manage this data. Of course, in this equation, it's not enough.
You have to change.
Okay.
2 minutes more.
2 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
If in this equation, we need to include extra data, so we need to consider new domains. We have been generating during the last 3 years new softwares in order to develop the health and safety measures, the accessibility, the detailed structures, or the fire analysis in order to identify how is the flow, the movement of smokes, energy analysis, environmental impact, building services, and even we have generated solutions to avoid the spread of the COVID-19, considering social distancing, considering occupation, air renewable, etc. So having these new layers of information, we can make the algorithms smarter, and this is our goal. Not just having a multi-domain approach, also a multi-scale approach. We need to consider the information, how the cities grow, how they are using them. Not just at cities level, also buildings level. And to finalize, I would like to share with you another project we have implemented in some cities, and it's related with what was defined in the previous panel. It's about how to digitalize the e-permitting process. So we are substituting the analog process that nowadays public bodies use to check the regulations of urbanistic conditions using the BIM information. So if there are some BIM models in the industry, why not using it to check the regulations of our city? We have applied in Madrid, in Spain, Vilanova de Gaia, Portugal, Rennes, France, and we are quite happy because some of them told us that they have saved more than 80% of their time used for this technical review. Well, as a conclusion, I would like to say that, of course, we have a challenge now on how to integrate these new technologies in our professional work, but it is also a good opportunity to integrate this technology, to help us to be more efficient. And of course, I'm sure that if we start working together, we as software developers, you as architects, we can have amazing results. So thank you very much, and that's it.
Okay. Giustamente è stato detto che
Well, one of the problems is to make these big data efficient and transform it into productivity for the system. Now, I would like to give the floor to Carl Barkstad from the WIT Architect. He's talking about a taxonomy, city, digitalization, how to measure sustainability in the long term. Thank you.
Very much for inviting me here, Diego and Chamber, and coming here to Venice last night, of course, is amazing in those times. Your microphone is switched off. Yeah, okay. No, it was even worse.
L'audio, per favore. Forse no? Maybe now, yes?
Hello?
No. Just a moment. Ecco, that's
okay.
right. Okay.
Magic. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Diego, and for inviting me here, and coming to Venice last night, of course, is amazing those days. And then I'm coming from Stockholm. Some people say Nordic, in the Nordics, but of course it cannot compete with the city. But what I would like to share with you is then a few thoughts on the city level, the green transition, and what digitalization can do in this respect. And Stockholm, as many cities, of course, are struggling with adaptation and how to mitigate carbon emissions, and of course do this in a just and healthy way. We then, the cities are now very much supported also with the help of the European Green Deal, I would say, and I'm sure you are very familiar with it, but it's very interesting, I think, that so many of those areas in this initiative from the Commission, I mean, are affecting the cities or are addressing the cities. Part of the European deal, or you could say an initiative parallel to that, is then the new European Bauhaus we have heard a lot about today, and the topic of today, but also the taxonomy, the European taxonomy. And I think that this classification system that enables categorization of economic activities will play a key role in climate change and mitigation and adaptation. This is something that really also force us to work even more focused with data, of course. And yeah, the taxonomy, just a very quick reflection there. I mean, there are six objectives into that, and the first two ones on mitigation and adaptations, they have already been criteria set up for those, and the other four, there will be criteria coming for those. But I think it's also very important to remember that, I mean, even if there is substantial contribution to one of the six objectives, there mustn't be any significant harm to any of the other ones. So this is really also a lot to balance here. You cannot just optimize one thing, you need to balance them all. And that is also, of course, when data is very important then for all those sectors. And who will use this taxonomy? Yeah, it's talking as an architect. I mean, all our clients mainly will somehow be affected with this in many ways, and it will really guide them to invest in and develop projects that are part of this green criteria. And they are very challenged with getting data. And it's not only the building sector, there are other sectors, as you can read here, that will also have their taxonomy criteria, and hopefully that will take the cities into a more greener way. So moving on then into the digital part, what can happen there? And I would like to share with you an example of a project where we are part of. It's a research project that is looking into digital twins and digital twins on a city level. And then, of course, it's want to show the potential to add digital twins to our repertoire in a way that further enables the integration of different kinds of data into design and planning processes. And this research project is then, as we all know, they are divided in with a funding from an organization called Vinnova, but then inviting business and public sector and universities and college. And in this case, it's headed by the Chalmers University in Gothenburg. And this center, the Digital Twin City Center, it's I want to explore and extend the digital twin concept for cities based on the state-of-art research in architecture, engineering, construction management, data management, and integration, mathematically modeling, simulation, visualization, and optimization. And I would, yeah, here you can see just the names of all the partners into this, and I think it's also yeah, open for more people or organizations to enter this, and I think it's all about sharing those knowledges in order to yeah, bring it further. And I just highlight three of the milestones in the projects, and that's on circularity, crowd movements, and the urban comfort. And circularity, I will look a little bit more into. Crowd movements has to do with looking into how people move in cities, and I'm sure you're familiar with things like the space syntax and other platforms, tools like that. And the urban comfort has a lot to do with different forms of informed design. And then into the circularity, we heard here before also on this model out of that, so I will not repeat on that, but of course it's something very important in the industry as a whole, but also on the city level. I think that we need to start thinking circular in the planning, and that of course relates to material, but also energy and food production and everything, of course. And then on a city level, you could then see it when transforming cities. I mean, looking into material, sometimes you could even see it as urban mining. The cities do have a lot of material in them and see that as the resource to be reused then. And then moving from this research project into real life, and then we are far up in the north in the city of Kiruna, and that is in fact an old mining city. And this city is now very in a critical situation because the iron ore will challenge the place of the city. So already 10 years ago they launched a competition to relocate this city or town. It's rather a town, not a city. It's 20,000 inhabitants, and this transformation will happen then during some, let's see if it's moving here, yeah, the coming years, and this is was the strategy then to manage the move of this city, and on a almost 100-year perspective then. And what's interesting here, I believe, is that with this, this started 2010. At that time, I would say that we maybe wasn't that up to date with how talking about reusing the material as much as we would have done today. But there was, in fact, these are some other studies then on the microclimate that are, of course, very carefully dealt with in the design of this new town. But then there was an idea of having a Kiruna portal that would be a reuse thing for taking care of the existing material in the city. And fortunately, I mean, it's such a long perspective, so I think there will be, it will, even though it hasn't come yet. And digitalization relates to, as we said, a lot of the material and how we keep the dialogue going with the citizens, and also communication. And in fact, they are planning for a Biennale also in Kiruna. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Parola ad Aldo Sollazzo, che ci parlerà.
Now we would like to give the floor to Mr. Aldo Sollazzo that will tell us, talk about a case in Barcelona. Thank you very much. First of all, thanks to the Register of the Spanish Architects. Is an honor for me to represent the Register of Spanish Architects, even though I'm Italian.
Let's start the presentation. I'm directing the Master in Robotics and Advanced Construction in Barcelona, and also the company of Numena since 2011. And I would like first to start placing the focus of our conversation around the moment that we are all living, which is actually the moment of climate change. Something that probably you don't know is that it's the 7th time in the history of our planet that we are recording a shift in terms of weather pattern. So it's the 7th time that there is a change in terms of climate condition. And 95% of studies are indicating that the responsible of this shift, it's us. On the other side, there is also, I mean, a lot of people have been mentioning books, and there is also this beautiful book about being ecological from Timothy Morton. And he's talking about the relevance and the association between the statistical age we are living and the denial of global warming. And this is because data isn't a thing. Data is shifty, but on the other side, data is all that we have got to start planning actions for the future. And what we are deploying in Numena is a series of instruments and metrics that we want to implement in order to start planning in a more our approach, the spatial transformation that should happen in the habitats that we are building. So we are deploying systems that merge hardware and software solution into a new scenario of tools and instruments to inform spatial planning. Spatial planning in terms of data actually starts in 1994 under the Bill Clinton legislation. All the GPS data was made public because before it was only for military use. And since then, I mean, we've been talking about the growth of big data. But big data means also a lot of big challenges on how we can start to structure and analyze what data represent. And in fact, 80% of the data that is produced nowadays is part of this new ecosystem that is called unstructured data. So it's a data set that we have complexity in analyzing and understanding really what it represents, mostly images and videos. And on the other side, I mean, the growth of machine learning and artificial intelligence actually is something that was already imagined in the 1970s, and the same guy that was thinking about the evolution of AI. I don't know if you know that we had two medieval ages, ice ages of AI in the last century. And just before the beginning of the first one was implemented the introduction of a neural network. And thanks to the implementation of this neural network that was afterward implemented back into 2011, we are capable of to understand what images and this set of unstructured data can really represent. And in fact, through images and videos, we can start to underline and understand also which are these invisible traces that are left in our environments. We can start to understand which are the behaviors of crowds. We can start to talk about performance, spatial occupancy, traffic and mobility in a different way. The objective of all this new asset of data, evidently, is to start planning a series of actions that can allow us to better inform decision-making and better inform design intervention. And in fact, now I want to show you a series of protocols that we implement as a company. Normally, we work always around the same set of pillars that are part of the action that we undertake. So an automated system of data collection that allow us to collect data using time that you were mentioning before as a variable that allow us also to speculate and interpret and compare conditions that we need to observe deeply in order to understand which are the associations between them. And on the other side, through the images, start to digitize and create models where actually being digital is possible to start classifying, sorting, segmenting all the different actors that are part of this ecosystem, from all the dynamic and static elements that are part of the scenes that we are analyzing. And all these data sets are not only useful to implement and analyze the present, but also are condition and data set that we introduce in order to establish forecast for the future and start to introduce approaches of predictive modeling that can even tell us which is the future behavior of buildings and spaces. And in fact, let me just on a pragmatical scale present you some of the solutions that we've been deploying at the environmental scale, the urban scale, and the building scale. We work with the Department of Urban Development of Barcelona Regional, and in the last years we've been deploying a series of tools that allow us to introduce and inform the introduction of this urban model that is called Superblock. And in fact, we've been analyzing more than 2 terabytes of images and data that are meant to understand which are the different actors that are occupying the spaces and start also to maybe also, as you were mentioning before, understand which is the carbon footprint of all the different actors compared to the topic of spatial occupancy. I don't know if you know the project of Superblock, but it's very interesting to see that cars occupy a lot of space and actually pollute very, very much. And in fact, we've been also optimizing the way that we store data, and we started to introduce, in fact, there is here a small exhibit with this work. We started to deploy this system not only for Barcelona, but we started to test also in other environments where it's possible, in fact, to evaluate the urban fabric in terms of occupancy and CO2 emission. On the other side, we also been working on in the development of a system of automated data collection that want to observe more in deep the urban heat island effect, which is very much related to the pollution level and the energy consumption. In fact, 30% of the energy could be saved in cities if we start to understand something very stupid as the organization and distribution of trees in our city. And in fact, we implement multiple cameras and sensors that allow us to observe the visible reality around us, but through lenses that are not possible to perceive through the eyes. And we implement multispectral cameras, thermal cameras, in order to understand and evaluate which is the metric and which are the criteria of distribution of urban greenery in a urban environment. And these are some of the results and analytics that we've been deploying. Behind all these approaches, evidently, there is a transdisciplinary collaboration between experts that allow us also to evaluate and understand what is really the impact and the meaning of those information. At the building scale, also with Barcelona Regional, we've been creating a series of instruments from the catastrophe that allow us to rebuild from just digital information, a 3D model of every single habitation, every single unit in Barcelona. And then thanks to the implementation of simulation in terms of radiation and thermal analytics, we can compare the digital simulation in terms of energy consumption and the actual consumption that is happening in every single unit in Barcelona and understand why there is a difference. And evidently, all these instruments are then very much interesting when you want to start talking about predictive modeling. Some of you were also talking about the implementation of circular economy and how much we can integrate materials and create new workflow of implementing and applying circularity on materials. And with the Institute of Advanced Architecture of Catalonia and Ambassador in the Robotics and Advanced Construction, we've also been analyzing picture to start classifying and segmenting through computer vision and machine learning elements and materials that are part of the scene, starting to classify these materials and creating a digital platform that can allow us to compare and most importantly, reuse this material in a new construction site. And then, to conclude, this is a quote from Tony Harshaw, that is the Chief Sustainability Officer of Aditya Birla Group, connected to the fact that, I mean, we are responsible, 95% of proof are saying that we are responsible of this new climate crisis. On the other hand, since it's us, we are also the one that could determine a better future tomorrow. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie molte. Trovato molto interessante.
Very interesting. These digital simulations were very interesting. I would like to conclude this session with a speech by Federico Parolotto, a senior partner of Mobility in Chain. And if I'm not wrong, it was created in 2009, correct? And he's going to talk about sustainable mobility in cities. I will stand up. And I said, oh, maybe I've got too many slides, but maybe I can do it. Anyway, I might say something that seems a bit obvious, but our company deals with planning and transportation. We are in Milan, Moscow, and New York, and we deal with all the aspects concerning mobility. And I would like to talk about mobility in a narrow space. But maybe I'm saying something obvious, but we're not a huge globe, but we are in a narrow place where we live all together. But if we consider it under a transportation point of view, we move even less in a smaller place. So our frantic movements on a daily basis occurs in a very small area, which is the one where we live in. And maybe we're saying something obvious, but it is so small that we can also change its composition, and in a very uncertain future, because we don't really know what is going on in the future, and it is very difficult to foresee what is going on in the future, is that what we can say is that we need to go towards CO elimination. But as to the concept of mobility, the older concept of road, which is what is normally tackled by the world of architecture, changed radically with the arrival of cars, and the world of roads was managed by transportation engineers, and architects moved far away. I'm not saying it because we are here in an architectural event, but we need to consider a holistic event. It's not that we can consider everything as a single way. because the separation, the giving different channels, such as the channel of movement to engineers, forced us to create the terrible situation we're living in. And then it is true that we talk about the technology, data, changes and so on, but sometimes we forget that we live in social, economic and technological segments that are related one with the other. We have to change the world, but we cannot change it only with the technology or with data, but we need to change it with a change in the values. And the mobility now is moving from cars to an aspect in which pedestrians are becoming the core. And we can see that in this slide. It is true that there is the aspect of datum, but here we're talking about a radical change, a conceptual, cultural transformation change that goes beyond the technological aspect. Sometimes we just talk about data, changes, technologies, but we sometimes do not realize that the way we move in the cities right now is quite similar to how we moved in the cities about 30 years ago. And I would like to take an example of Milan. I called it the monster in the city. It is a junction that was built in the A7 that was created by the Albertini Council at the end of the year 2003-2004, and Albertini thought it was Los Angeles, and instead it was Milan, and he built this huge construction. But in my opinion, it is not as good as it is. This is the junction of Piazzale Maggi. It was designed perfectly well, following the road code, but in actual fact, the story is slightly different. There were citizens who protested. So people were angry at that, but this is the actual result. It's not as in the pictures that we can see. So if you go in the morning, and you take a picture with your smartphone and you don't have a very good camera. So this is the result. And let's have a look at the data. How can we improve something like that? This is a place, you know, we can see all the pedestrian routes, and there are all the people who lived around this area, and they had to cross these roads. And this is the crossroads. It led to lots of different traffic accidents, lots of bad things happened. And if we look at what happened while I was preparing my research, I found lots of interesting things. For example, there were older people who were attacked or women who were attacked. So this is like a machine that discriminates. It is a terrible reinforced concrete monster that creates social inequalities. And how can we face that? And I don't know whether data technologies and so on can give us a help, but this is my point of view. I think we should find a solution. I believe that we should think that we should go towards a transformation of our cities. And Superbox so we need to demolish it, and I would like to conclude it with the topic of datum, because what happened in Milan, it is something magic, extraordinary if we consider data, is Area C. So Area C can have new technologies, but in actual facts, it is what really changed the structure of the mobility of Milan. So inside this area, within 1 year, 33%, within 1 day, 33% of the movements were eliminated. I think you know this area very well. There are cameras reading your number plates if you don't pay, for example, €5. And here we can see a reduction by 33% of the traffic. Then there was somebody from a parking lot that protested. They removed this area, and we saw that the traffic went back to as it was. So this situation is the result of data, of technologies, but also of policies. And we need to change behaviors as well as the concepts. We can't think that data can change everything. And I would like to conclude, because I think you know the project very well. So we can think about radical processes. Cities need to be transformed in a very quick way, in a very deep way, because there is no more time. And this is a junction within the city. And it is a huge junction. And here, by means of a tender of the council, we made a huge change. This is the old square with all the different roads, and we transformed it at the beginning of the 60s. We turned it into this big junction within the city. And then there were some crosses that were discriminating all the people who are using different forms of mobility. So we wanted to change this type of approach into something that welcomes a new way of mobility, a new form of mobility. And there is also the micro-modulation of mobility. So we collected data, we got a certain degree of precision, we made simulations, so we tried to understand the current situation, and we decided how to transform this system. We recreated the current status of the mobility network. We made a simulation. We took a project. We said, let's reorganize the flows. Then we used the digitalization to check it. We changed this large square. And this is the new configuration that we have started by means of a new digital verification system that allowed us to simulate a space that is radically system. So we've got more room for new urban opportunities. And based on that, we imagined a new layer for micro-mobility. So we overlapped lots of different pathways and crossings. I removed the underground, the subways. And we added some pathways for bikes, motorbikes, and so on. Now, we need to change the space. And I would like to conclude by saying that we know that cars, computers are getting integrated, the automation is getting integrated, and the arrival of the autonomous driving is not an if, but it is a when. And I would like to say that the smartest machinery, as Glenn Lyon said, is not to use it. So thank you very much, Federico Parolotto. You came back to the main topic, the topic that we heard before, which is digitalization with values. And we can say that there is a radical transformation of our behaviors and spaces will only occur by digitalization data, or it will be fostered by them. I would like to thank everybody. I have a message. Please leave your headsets on the chairs. Do not take them to the buffet. And we shall meet at 3 o'clock for the last session. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti, ai presenti.
Good afternoon, everybody. To all of those who are here in the room and those who are connected remotely, I would like to start again today's session concerning the new European Bauhaus, high-quality design versus high digital design. This is the fourth and last session. This is the most institutional session because we're going to have lots of different speeches. For example, the President of the National Council of Architects, then the government, the European Commission, and the organizations representing architects in the world. But at the same time, this is also the space in which we're going to talk about the role of the architect and of the project in the new digital era that we are living, with the risks and the opportunities for the job of the architect. I don't want to waste any other time. I would like to present the speakers of this fourth round table: Francesco Micelli, the President of the National Council of Architects; Luca Maggi, the Manager of Service Third, Contemporary Architecture, General Director of Contemporary Creativity of the Ministry of Culture in Italy; Fulvio Raffaelli, Head of the Unit Construction of the European Commission, GROW Directorate General; José Luis Cortés Delgado, President of the International Union of Architects; Vasim Nagy, President of UMAR; Natalie Mossin, Vice President of Region 1 of the International Union of Architects; Dimitris Xinomilakis, the President of the Association of Greek Architects; Todor Bulev, the President of the Association of Architects of Bulgaria; Andrei Pizzuto, the President of the Association of Architects and Engineers of Malta; and then Alessandro Meli, who is the curator of the Italian Pavilion. He's our host here in Venice. I would like to give the floor to Francesco Micelli, the President of the National Council of Architects.
Buonasera a tutti. Intanto ringrazio.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the guests that accepted our invitation to take part in this event. The purpose of this event was to share different point of views regarding innovation in the field of architecture and digitalization and in artificial intelligence in general. I do believe that this topic is very important nowadays. I would like to set my presentation according to some points that I heard this morning, because we've heard many interesting ideas that give us a clear picture of the debate we are carrying out in these days. Therefore, as I was saying, I would like to set a new type of debate. I would like to talk about the evolution of the way in which human beings think, because new technologies cannot exist without the human, and men are at the core of all processes. Therefore, the humankind is at the center of all these dynamics that have to do with digitalization. Before the invention of the perspective that some of you was mentioning this morning, men used to measure things. Therefore, men used to think that what you can measure exists. So the organization and the way of thinking was related to measure and measurement in general. Franco Farinelli, who is a geographist and a scientist, he is also a philosophist of science. He says that in the Vatican buildings, there are no geographical maps. The geographical maps represented the world in a peculiar way. and it was by using different measures. If we measure things, we adopt a specific point of view. And now we're focusing on this point of view. The perspective changed the way in which we think of things in the Western culture, and it has been so until recent years. Farinelli says that our consideration of things have started on a specific date. The first man landing on the moon. This day set a new path, which is now about networks. A word that it is now broader and broader, and there are many points of reference nowadays. Therefore, globalization and what is global is now at the core. Is now at the core of our debate, and so is complexity. We are living in a very complex networks, which is made of many points, and the relationship among these points is really complex. We were mentioning the Nobel Prize for Physics, the one for Parisi. Parisi was able to manage to control, to get to know the rules, if these rules really exist, determining our complex world. Therefore, if we consider the world through the lenses of complexity, requires new ways and new tools for managing this complexity. That's why technological innovation, digital innovation, and artificial intelligence play a crucial role in this framework. This is not just because we need to interpret complexity, but this is because we should be able to manage complexity as a whole. That's the most important topic. And then we can talk about time. And this morning we heard that time is our most valuable asset. We need to be able to manage our time, and we need to do so in compliance with the changes that we are witnessing nowadays. This was just an introduction to my speech. And so I wanted to give the framework of the debate. I just wanted to underline that the issue of the new technologies and the issue of the role of the architect is particularly important. And I have to say that I'm somehow worried, not because of the use of technology, because this is not about being against technology and machinery, because this is not a right attitude, an attitude that will be successful in the end. We, as architects, should believe that innovation and technology are sort of allies for us. Therefore, we need to be able to use these tools in order to build a solution for this issue given by complexity. We need to start doing so by reflecting on our role. Architects are people that have studied technical but also cultural subjects. And this is also provided by the new European Bauhaus. Putting different subjects together, this is what we need to achieve. So we need to create a whole world in which all these different fields are put together. And this is the only way in which we can manage the complexity of our times. I was telling you that I am a bit worried. Therefore, I ask a question to myself. Technological innovation and artificial intelligence can lead to a standardization. And I have to say that I am a bit worried of this type of standardization, because I think that there might be a lack of creativity because of standardization. If we think of mistakes, as we were saying this morning, if you make mistakes, you can provide something new to the debate. And this is something that technology can't do, because technology has already been set according to standards, according to numbers, algorithms, so specific rules. There might be some variables, but I'm not that expert on algorithms. So this is what I would like to point out. Our role is crucial, and our creativity needs to be at the service of a new era in which we need to interpret complexity. To conclude, I think that all the issues mentioned this morning are very important. We talked about sustainability and the environment, climate change, resiliency, resilient communities. These areas belong to this type of complexity. I think that architects should support and also be the protagonist of the management of this type of innovation in order to interpret the problems and find solutions to the problems of complexity. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I would like to give the floor to the Italian government. So I would like to give the floor to the director of the Service 3, Contemporary Architecture of the Ministry for Culture. Mr. Luca Maggi, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. I will try to share my screen. Probably you can see some pictures here that I have prepared. The Ministry for Culture that I represent right now has been working since the end of the 19th century on the historical heritage of the nation. Over the past 20 years, the administration of the state started a work that can still be developed on the contemporary architecture and on the art heritage. In actual fact, contemporary architecture belongs to the cultural heritage of the nation. But if we consider a cultural debate, what kind of value has the common imagination? Because if we think about contemporary pieces of art, sometimes are not well perceived by the community. They do not believe that it is something that belongs to the memory, as, for example, ancient architecture. So the Ministry for Culture, over the past 15 years, has activated activities for discovering, enhancing, and protecting contemporary pieces of art, as well as the definition of new intervention criteria. and with the idea of identifying excellent architectures that are present within a very broad contemporary building production. The current estate production, as we know, is unprecedented in terms of quantity. Despite the technical abilities that are nowadays available as compared to the past, the presence of significant works are sometimes concealed if we consider the huge diversification that we have of buildings in our cities and urban areas. So sometimes our architectures in the cities are anonymous and they conceal significant constructions. So this happens throughout Europe, but also in Italy. The estate fabric of the historical cities is represented for 3/4 of the buildings dating back to the second 20th century. In the second half of the 20th century, there were some architectural models that produced buildings in neighborhoods that are very well known. Let's now have a look at the season of the reconstruction. This is the after-war reconstruction, and that represents a commitment for the whole Italian nation. And it is a period in which there were lots of technicians, architects. Sometimes this part of the history is neglected. In 2016, the MIC, with the idea of enhancing the vast architectural production of that period, has promoted an exhibition named Building Yards in the Outskirts, Searching for a Normal City. And this exhibition started from an analysis of the public residential buildings with the purpose of passing an important message to a broader audience, not just to specific people. And this message concerned the public initiative that was performed between 1962 to 1990. And this initiative was a moment in which lots of models and strategies were developed by both architects and engineers. And this was included in the welfare policies of public interest. So this exhibition was conceived as a trip throughout the Italian regions, starting from Sardinia to the south, the north. And the pictures of this exhibition are found in the website of the exhibition. So, contemporary architecture for Italy as a cultural heritage. The topic is what kind of protection measures and what kind of enhancement measures are there that allow to transform the construction and the buildings of the city. So the topic of protection is now fundamental, and it has been debated since 2004. There is a law that was approved in Italy, a law that had to be approved in Italy, but then it was not approved by the parliament, that aimed at protecting constructions or materials Right now, as far as contemporary architecture is concerned, we still have lots of forms of protection. But we don't have specific protection forms. The Code for Cultural Heritage and for the Landscape, which is basically the framework law about the protection of cultural heritage in Italy, makes a reference to contemporary architectural works with a specific artistic value. And they are placed among the things that need to be protected. And there is a limit for the protection, which is 70 years. We have just a few legislative tools to protect these works. So the topic of protection has been the object of a debate for many years, and it focuses on the experiences that should be considered to protect cultural works. So the topic is the recognition of contemporary architectural works. This is a topic that is broadly being debated at national level. You still have 2 minutes, then you should conclude. In actual facts, the type of protection that is present within our rules and regulations at national level is the possibility to set some limits and boundaries. And it concerns the relationship between a contemporary construction work to the relevant events that pushed towards the construction of this work. But everything that was built before 70 years ago is protected much better. And this regulation at the end of the 19th century in Italy works directly on the characteristics of the building, on the space, for example, on the art pieces, on the artistical characteristics of the building. So all the elements, all the physical elements of the building. As to contemporary building, this is not possible yet. Here in the slides, we have a summary of the law, and if you read Article 10 concerning cultural heritage, it refers to works that are connected to historical events or political events. So we pass from considering the construction or the building per se to its connection with the history or with other events that took place related to it. Another example of the application of Article 10 within the framework of the activities of the Ministry for Culture is an activity that was carried out by one of our protection bodies in the metropolitan city of Turin in the framework of the procedure for the application of the Ivrea city as a UNESCO site, and in particular as an industrial city, as Ivrea as the industrial city of the 20th century. So the post-war works go beyond the limit of the 70 years I was talking about before. So we protected them by means of this article. Can you please conclude? Then there is a form of indirect protection, and it concerns the recognition of the artistic character. But these lays not just in the protection of the building of a public interest, but it is the protection of the authorship. So basically, we give a value to the construction, to the building, or to the work, and we protect it. But this is not the target that we have. Okay. Unfortunately, there is no communication with Mr. Luca Maggi right now. We are slightly late, so we need to continue with the other speakers. Isn't there any way to communicate to him? Unfortunately, we have to stop him. I would like to give the floor to the European Commission, which is another institution. I would like to say goodbye to Luca Maggi. I deeply apologize. I would like to give the floor to a representative of the European Commission. This is so important right now because it launched the new European Bauhaus program, and there are lots of funds, financings coming from the European Commission. Can you hear me now? I'm trying to communicate to you, Mr. Luca Maggi. Can you hear me? Would you like to conclude? You've got 30 seconds because we were beyond the time limit. Let's move on. I apologize for that. Maybe I took too much time and I had some technical issues as well. Our main focus as the government for the future is to share a regulation to recognize the value of contemporary architecture and of the different works of the contemporary architecture. So the idea is to share the law on the quality of contemporary architecture. This is something that we cannot give up because we must protect the architecture of our modern times. Thank you very much. And sorry, I apologize for the problem. And I would like to apologize with Fulvia Raffaelli, responsible for the unit construction of the European Commission, for the problem. And I would like to give the floor to you. We are curious to know the point of view of the European Commission, because I read some documents and I believe that there is a special attention and an opportunity as well. And then some other conditions, because at the moment we are asking architects to be part of this innovative process connected to the digital world. Also to respond to a request that was made to all the countries to have an increased productivity. The floor is yours.
I hope you can hear me well. It is an honor for me to be here to this and to take part in the international conference regarding the relationship between the architectural planning and artificial intelligence. It is a pleasure to be part of this panel, and As you are saying, the new EU Bauhaus was a process that was launched by the President Ursula von der Leyen. At a European level, the Bauhaus period was very important because it was an expression, a free expression of architecture and culture. And our aim is to relaunch this movement in our era. The new EU Bauhaus links the European Green Deal, that is our bet on a more sustainable planet for us and the next generations, to new areas, new spaces for living. It is a sort of invitation for everyone to build a new inclusive space that can be good for the heart, for the mind, and for human beings in general. Therefore, it is paramount to build a new type of space and to consider the real estate not just as a result of a technical approach and a product of engineering. It has to be considered as a process that enhances our value and an interdisciplinary approach. Our aim is to foster a dialogue, and you have a predominant role in that, because you, as architects, are the ones who are entitled to build a new way of living. The new Bauhaus reminds us of the fact that there are no isolated buildings. All buildings belong to a system that contributes to the quality of our life and our well-being in general. It is very important to bear in mind these principles also when we talk about digitalization. Digitalization is not just a goal, it is a mean that we use in order to pursue our goals. We need to create a sustainable environment for the planet and for people as well. Digitalization is a bridge between data and the information that we can get in order to plan the urban space. Digitalization is a bridge between users and professionals, and it does so by using softwares. The architect can contribute to the management of the building, and it can also contribute to its demolishment. Digitalization can create trust and transparency as far as the decision process is considered. Digitalization is part of the building process, and there are many initiatives that we are launching in order to foster the transparency and the trust and the collaboration in all the value chain. Our aim is also to strengthen our industry in order to get a green transition process. We are also launching different research projects in order to foster the interchange of different experiences in order to enrich everyone's experience. We are applying the BIM requirements to public procurements, so we encourage bidders to implement the BIM models. We are working with EU BIM Trust Group, and we have organized different campaigns in order to raise awareness on this topic. We also published the manual as an introduction to BIM in public tenders, establishing some fundamentals, values, and principles in order to promote the use of this technology in a balanced way in the whole European Union. In addition, the European Commission provided a calculation method using BIM in public procurements, and we did so to encourage the use of this technology. BIM is also useful for the digitalization of the system of the permit to build. It is a very important tool to make this process faster. Automized controls can make architects' life easier and engineers' life easier as well. And it is very useful. It is also very useful in order to make all processes faster and more transparent. The Commission provided different funds for the structural reforms and also some fundings for national reforms for the resiliency plan that our governments are discussing nowadays. And they will continue to do so over the next 3 years. The digital data space have a huge potential because they can increase the availability and the capacity to manage complex data. And this is such a big advantage for the value chain. If we are able to use the data, the professionals in the building industry can have better services and can provide better services. If we don't have accessibility to data, and if we don't know how to use new tools and technologies, there is no way in which we can make this renewal process faster. All this is crucial, is key in order to promote the logic of a circular economy. We do know that there are many challenges ahead of us, and we need to face them. And this is common to many architecture firms. Architecture firms are small and medium enterprises that will face big, important challenges in the future. These challenges are set by the fact that there are new technologies, and we need to make sure that these technologies and tools can be accessed by small and medium enterprises. Furthermore, all these initiatives and the tools we are mentioning today have to be linked integrated at all levels, national, European and local, and we need to do so in an open and inclusive way. Neither authorities nor companies should depend on software suppliers. And this is crucial for our policies because we want to set the ideal conditions for small and medium enterprises to operate. We are just starting this new process, so we still need to do much more. But the European Commission really trusts you, really trusts your motivation. And we believe that you will be able to implement all our political statements in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Fulvia Raffaelli. Your speech was very clear, so we did understand what the point of view of the European Commission is. Your goal is to make the most of all the opportunities that come from the digital sector. And we need to make use of these opportunities in order to improve the competitiveness of this sector. So now we change the framework. We will leave the floor to the president of the International Union of Architects, Mr. José Luis Cortés Delgado. The floor is yours.
First of all, on the name of the Union of International Architects, I want to congratulate all the organizers and all the speakers from this great event. I believe that this topic of high quality design versus the high digital design is very important. And I'm sure many people around the world will be interested to listen, to all what have been saying this morning here. I have learned very much from each speaker. It has been great. So I want to say thank you to the President of the Consiglio Nazionale di Architetti, Planificatori, Paesaggisti and Conservatori, Francesco Micheli. Thank you very much for inviting me, for inviting the Union of International Architects. I want to say thank you to Diego Soppi, to Lilia Canorella, members of the Council of the Union of International Architects, and there are other members of the Council that have been participating, like Shan Li from China, and I can see Natalie Mossan from Denmark, and I am glad that I am together with the Council of Architects from Europe, Ruth is here, and the Union of Mediterranean Architects and the European Commission. So it's really a great moment, to share with all of you. People from many countries, from Spain, from France, from Germany, from Malta. We have a very good group today. And I'm very happy to be in Italy. It's a country I admire very much. And this city is lovely. Venice, we have all to learn a lot from Venice. And to be here at the Biennale and the Italian Pavilion is really fantastic. So I have to say that one of my great questions, is what is the role of the architects in the future? UIA is encouraging all the architects to define what will be the role of the architects in the next 20 years. What is the role of architecture in society? We are formatted in order to help society to have a better quality of life. We want to increase the level of happiness for everybody. So architects, we have a very high responsibility. And I think we have to begin taking in consideration the future of the architecture students. Many of us, we are teaching in different schools of architecture, and we have to define the profile of the future architects. Digitalization is a very important issue, but there are many other issues that have to increase the quality of the profession around the world. We need to strengthen the presence of architects in society and the presence of architecture. So that is one of the issues that I would like to share with you. Union of International Architects, we are very worried about what is going on now after the post-pandemic era. So I think we have to be very aware of all what has been happening in the last year and a half, with the COVID. And what are we going to do in order to learn from this experience and to increase the quality of architecture? How to communicate all what has been said here to society. Society must know what the architects are trying to do in order to improve their quality of life. But we have to be very clever in this communication means. And we have to be in television, in radio, newspapers, all over the world. They should know what is going on here. And Union of International Architects have different working groups created since many years, but UIA was created in 1948 after the Second World War. And why was created? Because Europe was destroyed after all the damages of the war. And society called architects and said, help us to build houses for everybody. Help us to renew the buildings that we have been destroying. So now we are in a similar situation after COVID, because has been a different kind of war. It has been a biological war. But all of us, we have been suffering of it. Millions of people have been dying. And that means that our society is not resilient, to avoid that the people have been dying. So what architects can we do for the future in order to be prepared, to be more resilient? I think that's why UIA has to be renovated, has to be reinvented. And that's why UIA needs all of you, needs all your ideas that you have been exposing during this forum. And we have to work all together. There are more than 100 countries that are waiting a solution, waiting the ideas of architects to show society how can we make a better presence in order to improve. Everybody is worrying about the damage that we have been doing to the world in the last decades. We have been contaminating rivers, lakes, the sea. We have been destroying the forest and so on. How are we going to recover that? We are working together with the agenda of United Nations 2030, and we want to plan for the next 10 years, to recover our planet. But we have to begin, recovering our houses, our neighborhoods, our cities, our municipalities, our states, our nation, and then we can talk about recovering our planet. But we can do it if we have the will, and we are committed to help society. We can do it. And with digitalization, I think we have the tool, to improve this aim of cleaning our planet. So the only thing is that we have to put targets. We have to put goals. We have to say all together, in each one in their own country, what can we do for year 2022, 23, until year 2030. We have 10 years. In 10 years, we can do a lot if we organize ourselves. But we have to be committed. And that's one of the main targets. We have been talking about climate change. A lot of destruction all around the world, from hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes, and whatever. But are we prepared to defend our planet in the future? So that is the great question that we have to do. And our territory. It's very important that we pay attention to our territory. Each country has a specific area, and most of the countries don't have the idea of how to take advantage of the potential of our area, the potential of our people, and that's very important that the architects, we are aware of what is our role in order to defend our territory. We have to define what are our qualities, in relation with other professions. If we don't use digitalization, to make a better architecture, that means that other professions will take our role. And other professions will do what we have been thinking that we should. But I think it's a moment, a very important moment now in our lives, that we have to be all together in order to work, for a better future. So I want to stimulate all of you, to be together with UIA and with your own organizations in order to define our own plan for the future. And if we create this working group in UIA, Diego, Lilia, the Italian section can conduct it. Let's work on that, because this idea of digitalization versus quality of design is very important. Most of the architects now, they are suffering because they are very creative, but in the competitions, they present their projects, and the construction companies and the governments want to steal their ideas. And they even ask them to sign, to give the patent, of the creativity. That is not possible. We have to defend our profession. And it's in ourselves, to do that. So that's why I like very much to be here, and I am very happy that you organized this event about quality of design. It's more important quality of design first, and then quality of digital proposals. So, but the creativity is in the architects. We should always defend our position that the creators are the architects. The others are tools, to help the creativity. But we use those tools to make better architecture and better cities. Thank you very much.
Grazie Presidente Cortés Delgado, grazie. Quindi gli architetti hanno una grande responsabilità.
Thank you very much. Therefore, architects really have a huge responsibility. At the same time, they need to be able to defend their own professionalities by using these tools in order to enhance and improve the quality of their planning. Now I would just like to leave the floor to Wassim Nagy, the President of the Union of the Architects in the Mediterranean area. I hope he is online. I hope he can hear us.
Just a moment, please. Non vedo lo schermo.
Just a moment, because we can't see the screen. All right. Thank you very much. Here you are. Okay. All right, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hear me well. Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me first to share the screen.
It's okay?
Yes. Is it visible in a full screen mode?
Yes, it is.
Yes. So, yes, thank you all for this. It's our pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, our pleasure and honor for the Union of Mediterranean Architects to participate at this conference. Thanks to our friends at the Italian Council of Architects, thanks to the organizers and all the attendees, many are our friends, and I wish I had the privilege to be among you there in Venice. Nevertheless, we will use the technology we have in hand to communicate together. As a matter of fact, the topic is very crucial. At the time, the artificial intelligence technology is invading the world as a fast emerging field, with a major implication on humanity lifestyle. It is always good to set back and to try to remember the recent history prior to understand the present and to foresee the future. When speaking of the Bauhaus, we remember Walter Gropius when he claimed in his book, Scope of Total Architecture, that good architecture should be a projection of life itself that implies an intimate knowledge of biological, social, technical, and artistic problems. We confirm that the architect as a multitasking decision maker is dealing with functional perfection, trying to satisfy the human soul, to respond to aesthetic questions, structural efficiency, and to deal with contextual, ideological, sociocultural, and economic constraints and opportunities. Architects will consider and interact by default with all technological innovations prior to cope with ongoing transformation. The Industrial Revolution of modern history were a major contributor in architectural modern movement creation, with the birth of new materials and advanced fast method of constructions, adopting fusion between industrial mass production, sophisticated engineering, depicting an evolutionary architectural expression. Ladies and gentlemen, if the 20th century has witnessed a combination of innovations, wars, crises, epidemics, and cultural transformations, the dawn of the 21st century is charged with new challenges and crises, are emerging continuously, creating additional stresses and constraints on architects' communities. Despite the Great War crisis, the 20th century was a period of economic boom, led to great innovation that have been adopted by genius and avant-garde architects who created new forms and innovative architecture with a great impact on the quality of a human daily life. During the last 250 years, architects had to adapt to a series of industrial revolutions. And currently, architects are diving into the fourth industrial revolution with the new cyber systems, artificial intelligence, smart buildings, and the Internet of Things. Although the computation has started back to early 80s with the birth of computer-aided design tools that transformed architectural production and still advancing in fast and short cycles. Ray Kurzweil quoted that the 21st century could be as equivalent to 20,000 years of human technological innovations. The profession of architect was, and still, based on a combination of technical know-how to provide correct answers to the complexity and multiplicity of human life. Architecture as a multidisciplinary co-working model dealing with digital technology is more complicated than any other field. Unlike urban planning, which got a lot of analytic software design solutions, architectural design is still relying on human intelligence by excellence. Yet, getting benefit of algorithm and aided design tools and building management software with the gadgets of virtual reality, augmented reality, and additive manufacturing technology of 3D printing. In a recent report, produced by Microsoft and RIBA in year 2018, some interesting analysis and statistics have been made. Throughout the history of architecture, technology has repeatedly transformed what architects can create and how they do so. Digital transformation will allow architects to create what could not be created before, to design new kind of buildings, to transform towns and cities, to meet the challenges of urbanization, resilience, and sustainability. Machine learning is an exciting field of investigation that not only apply to potential to fill the gap of computational resources for the conceptual design phases, but also the capacity to address the wider needs of the profession in design analysis and development. But the digital transformation of architectural profession is not without risks. In the past, we have seen technological innovation come hand in hand with de-skilling, rise in wealth inequality, and degradation of personal privacy, and older generation being left behind. In the World Economic Forum, when it was addressed for the biggest growing specializations, we can clearly see the interest in high-end technology of biochemicals and nanotechnology and robotics, where architects should be taking care. Also, among the most jobs that are the best for the future, architects and engineers are on the third position, which is a relaxing result, but yet we have to understand the upcoming challenges of mathematics and algorithms that we are going to face. Architects with knowledge of sustainable design will have opportunities to take care of energy, the water conservation, and natural resources. The world is changing rapidly, and the implication on the architects is very crucial and very important. And the collaboration between the architects should be different. They should take new roles, new strategic performance, and to take care on the environmental sciences and social anthropology, with the emergence maybe of new fields of specialists, which are currently developing. And because many jobs will be eliminated in the near future, especially in the field of construction. Architects will adapt. We know through the past experience, architects, they have the ability to adapt and to respond to social needs using the best of the available technology. The academics are forced to follow, and they are slower than architects, but they are coping with digital transformation. We have many examples of continuous learning for the postgraduates to fill the gaps of the academic experience. But we have to adopt hybrid methods because the technology might disappear temporarily or permanently. We never know what are the challenges that might be catastrophic in the future. So we have to keep the soft skills and we have to sharpen the tools that we have in hand. Definitely, my dear friend, the organization of architects, they have a role. Because on the organizational scale, the early 20th century have witnessed the birth of the International Congress of Modern Architecture, also known as SIAM. We all still remember as well the Team X, the Team 10, founded by a group of European modernist architects, including Walter Gropius, Le Corbusier, with its series of events and congresses held across Europe with the main focus on the topic of the principle of the functional city. Starting the mid-20th century, many international organizations and regional organizations of architects was founded. Considering the series that are listed in front of you, considering also that these organizations, they have a huge responsibility with the participation of maybe we are now more than 4 million practicing architects around the world. The core concept of the organization is more institutional rather than the elitistic model of SIAM and Team X. Strategies were based on uniting architects of the world and region through a sort of federation of their national organization. But despite of the great benefits and enormous effort and success story, these organizations had their share of disadvantages due to the rigid fortress model that has been implemented and the limitation of participation for only elected members delegated from national member section. Somehow, these organizations were slower than the practice and academic evolution, and the lack of being influential on governmental decision makers, where ideas and visions were limited to written motions and declarations. Something has to be done, as my friend was saying, President of the Union of International Architects. We have to break free from traditional stereotype method. We have to soften the form and the formation of fortress organization. A necessity of inclusion for younger generation is a must. We have to rethink our classic procedures and method to cope with this digital evolution that's happening around us. And we have to remember to adopt hybrid strategies and to remember the pandemic with its impact that might leave a long-term legacy. The Union of Mediterranean Architects now is going into a very special experience, which is happening for the last 2 months and will continue until the end of 2021. We have created a sort of think tank that include our 13-member section with a continuous meetings on a monthly basis to restructure and reform our organization in order to face the upcoming challenges with a lot of inclusion and transparency between member sections. The results will be presented in our General Assembly by December 2021, hoping it will be a guideline for the next mandate that will be elected as well within the same assembly. Hoping to see you all very soon in presence. I wish you a very successful event. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Grazie. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Wasim Nagi. Your speech was really very interesting, also because you made reference to all of those relationships between the job of the architect and the other jobs that are connected to that. And they give the sense of potential for the future. Now, I would like to give the floor to Nathalie Mossin, the Vice President of the International Union of Architects, Region 1. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I will share screen as well. And let's see if you see, I hope you see full screen. Let's see full screen here. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much to our host for bringing up this very important topic and bringing us together to discuss it from various viewpoints. I wish I could, as previous speakers have said, I wish I could be there with you, but it's great to see that many of you are present together and that the rest of us can join via the use of modern technology. This panel has already, I think, been highlighted in a number of important ways. When I looked at the topic and this chance to speak, I was very interested in the versus, looking as our need to create high quality, but then how does that happen in the frame of high digit? And I would like to plot that versus and give some examples of where opportunities to see it not as a battle, but to see it as an and, something that happens where all kinds of technologies are really what we need to create at all. So I'm in my, apart from having the honor of being a vice president of the UIA, I'm a head of institute, the Institute of Architecture and Technology at the Royal Danish Academy. We work very closely with all kinds of technology because technology is what we use as architects and have always used to create architecture. We do it with many partners, we do it with engineers, we do it with craftsmen, and we do it in many ways. And for me, the low tech and the high tech are not opposites. They are part of the tool belt we have. They are all important. The images you see here are examples of low tech, of students and researchers at my institute working with vernacular methods, working with very simple technologies to create the sustainable change we need, both the humanely sustainable and the environmental sustainable, as mentioned in previous speakers and by President of the UIA, José Luis. What you see, I'll not show the film because of the time constraint, but what you see, the image called Joseph's House, is a student, Dennis Anderson of my institute, who created a very simple press that could take soft plastics found in Tanzania, littered over the landscape, not good for the environment. And with this simple press and the solar cell, it could become inexpensive building materials, roofing tiles and windows. That's an example of an important rethinking of simple technologies, but using modern elements like the solar cell. But the two cases I would like to spend a few minutes speaking about now are one case from research and one from teaching at my institute that both brought very advanced computational technologies to reach higher quality, to help us use bio-based materials in smarter ways, reduce the use of material, and to use high digits to move forwards towards the quality we need. So the first case here, which is from research, the traditional kigami weaving. In this work, computation has been instrumental in supporting a collaboration between craft-based insight that are operationalized for transfer in other domains. So principles of material efficiencies, as we know it from this traditional weaving technique, can now produce complex double-curved shapes using only straight strips of metal, and that can have a significant impact on how we can build with lesser material. Here you see how we move forward with this research, and we're able, with engineers, to develop novel construction methods where we could create a load-bearing interlaced lattice structures produced using composite membranes and very little material. And moving even further, looking further ahead into the future, we need to create something like fungal structures. Normally, that's the last we want to see in a house. But working with very humble living organisms like the mycelium can create a fantastic opportunity for bio-based low CO2 impact materials for future house building. Here in the Fungal Architectures project, it's an EU-funded project, and we are working to develop structures that are both structural and actively computing. It's fungal, and really what we do here is that we can create materials, we can inform them while they're alive so that they have the right properties, and when we when we fix the fungus, so to speak, when we kill it, it has the right properties for construction. I know I'm going very fast through this to keep time constraints, but basically this is something like that's looking far ahead. It's only possible through advanced computation, but it's also at the same time very simple, using very humble materials, and hopefully enabling us to create a grown, not excavated architecture of the future. So, just to finish off, with this case, I'm keeping an eye on the clock. From an architectural design perspective, computation is really an essential tool for developing a new and complementary design spaces, and for being able to consider new materials in a smart way, and to find intelligent ways to explore spatial opportunities and consequences when working with something like fungus in architecture. And then I'll move quickly to my second case, which is from teaching. We have a master's program at the Institute called Computation and Architecture. It's small, it's specialized, it's global. And here, what we do here is to work, develop tools, as José Luis was also saying, to place ourselves as architects deep in the conversation of how do we create the future of architecture? What skills do we need? What is the role of the architecture? How can we be active and create some of the tools, design some of the tools that can create high quality in the future, and calibrate that to meet the demands of the people, of the spaces, and also help address where technology and nature intersects in the future. And this is then using some of the fungal research directly in teaching. Here it's a project that cleans soil through living fungal structures that can then stay on the site and become part of the architecture after the soil is cleaned. So I'll finish with this image and just again, thank you very much for this opportunity to say we have so much power as architects to create those images of the future, to create visions of what the future could be, and we should share them with each other and with politicians and all our collaborators around us. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie Nathalie Mussin. Proseguiamo.
Thank you, Nathalie Mussin. So we would like to continue with the next speaker. So we would like to leave the floor to Dimitris Xenomilakis. I hope I pronounced it correctly, who is the president of the Association of Greek Architects. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Dal microfono. Ecco.
Allora, inizierei con una frase. Educando la
By training the mind alone, without training the heart, you don't get training at all. This was a sentence that was said, that I borrowed from Aristotle. And I thought it could be relevant for the scope of our debate, because when we talk about technology, we need to remember that it has to do with the heart somehow. We need to figure out what the situation will be in the future. Architecture plays an important role in that. Because when we are implementing our projects, we need to remember to do things deeply. And what does it mean? It means that we need to make sure that the result is the best possible one. There was another remark I wanted to make. So, we are living through uncertain times because we are going through different crises. Let's think of the global change, the environment, the pandemic of COVID-19. All these situations, all these challenges are something that we need to bear in mind all the time, especially if we are architects, and especially when architects interact with the environment at a larger scale. I would like to thank the organization and Mr. Zotti for his invitation. Thank you very much, President. Thanks to President Micheli as well. And I would like to thank the President of the International Union of Architects, and I would like to greet all of you, dear colleagues, and thank you very much to all the participants, and thank you to all of you who collaborated and participated in this event today. This initiative takes place in a crucial period because architects need to find a balance and a proper space in the world. We have now different tools at our disposal. They are very precise, but we need to make sure that we use these tools in a proper way, also in relation to the environment and nature in general. We need to understand how we can avoid doing damage to the planet, because our planet is really suffering. Therefore, we need to protect our cultural, artistic heritage. At the same time, we need to provide suitable human conditions to all citizens. And we need to guarantee the best standard as far as the structure of our buildings is concerned. We need to provide precision to our projects, beauty, and projects that can be trusted. The spirit, fantasy, creativity are very important, and we need to promote these values in a transparent way. The ability to express oneself always needs to be preserved, and it can be implemented in the architectural activity. There are some principles that we need to remember all the time when we work. It might sound trivial to many of us, but this earth doesn't belong to us. This earth belongs to the next generation. We are just people who need to protect this earth. Therefore, we shouldn't invade the planet. Day by day, we realize that our earth is so fragile and it needs to be protected. So there are many natural disasters all over the world, and this is due to climate change. We're witnessing a very complicated period. Therefore, we need to stay together, to cooperate, and acknowledge the fact that we and our works are exposed to nature. When we use technological tools, we need to do that without overestimating them. I think that artificial intelligence and human creativity can be matched, because when we use our fantasy, we need to unleash our creativity. But this creativity will never be artificial. It will be something else, maybe. The health emergency that we are going through right now, the fight to racism, xenophobia, these are issues that affect our mind. Therefore, our mind can never stay still and calm, because we always need to think how we can protect ourselves. I have to say that we are going through difficult times, and we are really suffering from the consequences of these dynamics. There are many other consequences to come in the future. But we do remember what the real role of architects is: design, sustainability, accessibility. These are important values that we need to keep in mind when we work also for a better future, a greener future. These are the new fundamental words for the new Bauhaus. We need to imagine a new lab in which we can let new ideas flourish, and where we need to use new tools. We need to find the way to live in a better way, to live together, and living our cities in the best possible way. We are architects, and we need to bear in mind the fact that we have to work with those who can perceive and adopt our same values. Therefore, we need to address those who never give up, those who keep resisting, because once again, I would like to repeat the fact that our planet needs to be protected and defended. Architecture and architects need to be the protagonists of that, making the most of the new technologies. There are a lot of channels that we can use, and these channels need to be at the disposal of citizens and professionals in order to protect our cultural and artistic heritage. I would like to mention another sentence, because architecture and architectures need to be protected, and I really mean it. This is not the first time I've said that. I said that to the Greek Parliament 1 year ago. I'm so sorry to say that, but my country, through a presidential decree in 2018 and other ministerial decrees, and by different laws and bureaucracy, and because of much bureaucracy, I have to say that architects don't have the ideal space, the ideal role in my country. And I'm so sorry to say that BIM, Revit are useful tools for designers, for project managers, for architects, and this is for sure. And I am in favor of these types of technologies. Nevertheless, I still have some doubts. A few days ago, I was giving a speech in Athens, and I was with some colleagues of mine. I was with some colleagues. They were engineers and not architects, and they told me, what do we need the project for? What do we need the drawing for? Sorry. You just have to use technologies, right? That's enough for our projects. We can take the ideas of other architects, of other famous professionals, and we can adapt these ideas to our project. We can use highly technological software and process and programs. But this is very risky. This is very dangerous. So we need to pay attention to this. That's all. I think that architecture is art somehow. It is sculpture, painting. It involves different things. And these are things that shouldn't be programmed, that shouldn't be learned or memorized by using super technological tools or programs. Technology is a support for us. It needs to protect us, and it allows us to be more precise, to have more quality. But that's all. All right, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for your invitation. And thanks for the perfect organization of the event.
Dunque non siamo riusciti a collegare.
We couldn't get connected to Todor Bulev, so the last speech before giving the floor to Alessandro Melis is with Andre Pizzuto, who is the president of the Association of Architects and Engineers of Malta.
I wish to start by joining previous speakers in congratulating the Consiglio Nazionale on the organization of this conference. It is an opportunity for the European family of architects to finally come together, again in a spirit of commonality and mutual understanding, grounded in shared European cultural values and professional experience. And what better setting than the beautiful city of Venice, a city that not only represents the epitome of Italian architectural and cultural heritage, but is a cornerstone of our wider European cultural identity through its unique architectural and urbanistic qualities. In each of our respective countries, we can see how architects contributed towards shaping our social interactions, providing settings for our citizens to exercise our freedoms, to assemble, to celebrate, to protest, and to trade. Architectural paradigms have evolved over the centuries, but the primary principles of architecture, as expressed by Vitruvius, firmitas, utilitas, and venustas, or durability, utility, and beauty, remain true through the ages. The role of architects, too, has evolved over time. Societal change, technological change, and environmental change are key factors in this gradual evolution. Many speakers before me expressed the view, which I share, that we are currently at the cusp of a new turning point in this millennial evolution. The climate emergency, perhaps, is one of civilization's biggest challenges. I wish to submit to you today that this challenge is our responsibility as architects to shoulder. I shall be framing my arguments on the basis of my country's experience and the experience of the chamber I represent. I trust you will be able to identify and empathize with my words. I trust you will be able to identify and empathize with my words through your own personal and professional experiences. Malta is a small archipelago at the southernmost border of the European Union and in the center of the Mediterranean. It is an island state of 316 square kilometers, and the need for architects and civil engineers to act, and the protection, and it has a population of approximately 550,000 inhabitants. It is indeed one of the most densely populated countries in the world, where land is effectively its scarcest commodity. Malta is also one of the countries most at risk, with rising sea levels and the desertification process compounding the effects of climate change, including extreme heat, violent storms, and food insecurity. Malta's energy demand over the next 30 years is projected to grow significantly, as its population continues to also grow at a fast pace, largely due to immigration from other European countries from North Africa and South Asia. By the end of this decade, buildings will account for over 50% of the energy demand. The use of cars as the primary mode of transport further exacerbates the unsustainable energy demand within our country, which is fueled primarily by imported natural gas. The dominance of cars in Malta, with 6 cars for every 5 inhabitants, is also unsustainable from a social point of view. Beyond the socially regressive nature of cars as a mode of transport, they monopolize public space, resulting in social exclusion, particularly that of the more vulnerable groups, the elderly, the disabled, and children, and urban decay due to resultant environmental degradation. The construction industry is also responsible for generating over 80% of all waste in Malta, largely due to obsolete planning policies mandating minimum parking requirements on all new developments, failing which developers are heavily fined. This results in extensive excavation. The industry also generates waste through extensive demolition of buildings as part of a piecemeal densification process and also due to poor quality construction. This has an inevitable impact on our natural landscapes, with landfills and spent quarries unable to cope with the volume of waste being generated. Recent announcements of plans to develop a 35-kilometer metro network to alleviate the traffic problem and promote a modal shift to more sustainable mass transport raises questions on the generation of large volumes of construction and demolition waste from the tunneling. The purported solution of land reclamation sounds increasingly more like a lazy euphemism for shifting the problem out of sight to the bottom of our seabeds. The limited size of the territory of Malta makes sustainability even more challenging than in any other country, where renewable energy such as solar and wind farms, sufficient to satisfy the energy demand, are virtually impossible without sacrificing large swathes of agricultural land and natural landscapes that form an integral part of our identity. The solution, particularly for Malta, given its context, must therefore come from architects. Through a meaningful reduction of energy demand in buildings, by redesigning our towns to rebalance the hierarchy of road users in favor of pedestrians, micromobility and public transportation, and by minimizing the construction demolition waste and identifying with greater impetus opportunities for adaptive reuse of existing buildings and reusing the waste within their projects. Climate emergency, therefore, is an architecture emergency. But this, by no means, is solely about climate change. The architecture emergency we face is also about the erosion of our communities and public space. It is also about the suppression of cultural expression through quality architecture that truly articulates the cultural values and aspirations of the local community. And it is an emergency due to loss of heritage and identity. But fundamentally, it's also about the chronic crisis of our profession, that our profession has been facing. It is a crisis fueled by rampant individualism, by speculative interests that overpower the will of architects who must either acquiesce or resign. And it is a result of the wider loss of sense of community, as social interactions are increasingly played out in the virtual world rather than public space. It is also a result of deregulation and liberalization, particularly when it comes to our profession. When laws and regulations that were in place to protect the weakest and most vulnerable in our societies are repealed or watered down, the winners are always those at the top of the food chain. And all of us in this room know that neither architects nor our built environment have been on the winning side of this liberalization agenda. It is on us to turn this emergency into an opportunity for renewal of our communities, our built environment, and our profession. The new Bauhaus initiative presents itself as an ideal framework within which to grab this opportunity. I wish to submit 3 ways we can go about this. Firstly, we need to establish common regulatory practice and ethical standards. And in this regard, the Camera has been highly active. The Camera Talpriti has been highly active, undertaking a persistent lobbying effort and public awareness campaign, advancing a radical overhaul of Maltese building and construction regulation framework. The effort is targeted at establishing a modern framework which facilitates quality and sustainable development within the built environment, generating cultural and economic growth, but more importantly, enhances the quality of life of Malta's inhabitants. Secondly, we must avoid as much as possible prescriptive parameters that seek to codify architectural design, undermining creativity and innovation that are so central to quality in architecture. In this area, we should work closer through ACE and UIA to develop better performance indicators and measurement tools. The level of alignment on the detail should scale from the global to the continental and to the regional, to better cater for cultural, climatic, and technological differences in different parts of the world. The Camera is indeed proposing to make the development of research and performance indicators and tools through the Mediterranean region one of the central agendas of UMAR in the years ahead. The Camera is also working on the adoption of the design review panels, a system of qualitative architectural assessment across many Commonwealth countries, based on the participation of communities in the design process. Our objective is to make quality of life and the quality of our built environment the primary focus in the planning permitting process. Finally, we need to redefine or reframe the role of architects as guardians of, finally we need to redefine or reframe the role of architects as society's guardians of the built environment. Malta has one of the newest European laws regulating the architecture profession, a law that took 14 long years to finally have unanimously approved by Parliament. In March of this year. The profession in Malta is particular because it unites the 2 professions affecting the built environment, architects and civil engineers, under one professional title, the Perite, a profession that was formally established in the 17th century during the reign of the Knights of St. John. The term Perite comes from the Italian perito, or expert of buildings, and traditionally also encompasses the profession of land and quantity surveyors, project managers, and property valuers. So earlier there was this reference to the polarity within the built environment professionals, and in our case, this polarity is not that felt. The text of the law that was recently approved was heavily scrutinized by the European Commission and articulates the reasons why the profession is regulated. I wish to highlight some of the justifications in the law for this regulation that are particularly relevant to today's conference. So to protect public interest, the protection of the environment, and the protection of cultural heritage, among others. This gives a modern and very contemporary purpose for architects within our communities. The role of the Camera Talpriti, which I represent, has also evolved into that of a regulator of the profession. Among its new legal responsibilities, the Camera must ensure that members of the profession act responsibly and ethically, having due regard for sustainable development practices, and that their practice ensures the protection of the national, cultural, and social and environmental heritage. Beyond these enhanced responsibilities, the Camera is also developing a new code of conduct and new codes of practice where sustainability culture, and sensitive and empathetic regard for local communities will become central. We're also developing a manifesto on climate change that will inform all the policy outcomes that will be developed by the Camera in the coming years. The reframing of architecture and the role of architects in society is in response to the emergency I was just discussing. However, it needs to be an effort that is done through the wider architectural community. UIA, ACE, UMAR need to drive and coordinate these efforts forward at the global, continental and regional levels to truly have a meaningful impact. In addition to the three Vitruvian principles of architecture, we need to add sustainability as a core principle of architecture. We must also change the way architects are perceived by the national governments and multinational government bodies such as the European Commission, from mere economic operators like ski instructors to the key agents of cultural, economic, environmental development that require special treatment and recognition. The European Commission needs to recognize the value of architects in developing and protecting the common identity and values that bind us together as Europeans. I trust the new Bauhaus initiative will provide this much-needed renewed impetus for architects.
Grazie. Grazie Andrea Pizzuto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrea Pizzuto. We are about to conclude today's session. I believe Alessandro Melis is connected from New York. Before I leave the floor to him, I would like to briefly summarize what we have heard so far. It has been such an interesting day. I've heard new opinions and statements regarding the profession of architects, like we are the champion. I've heard a big applause when we said that the architect has to be the director in a multidisciplinary world. And Fulvio Raffaelli from the European Commission stated that we need to protect the role of the architect, and we also need to strengthen it. We need to also strengthen the market competitiveness. We need to know what the tools are, but I think that the whole sense of the day is this. Our colleague from Greece said that we need to protect our profession because we know that in his country there is no much space for architects, and this is because of a national decree. We could say that the architect is the link between the tools and the goals we have mentioned today. And the first one, the most important one, is sustainability. I also believe that the architect is the most important stakeholder in order to face all the challenges for the future. I would like to leave the floor to Alessandro Melis, who will answer to this question, high quality design versus high digit design. So, Mr. Melis, the floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Despite the fact I'm from New York. Do you want me to speak in Italian or in English? Sorry.
In Italian? We have a translation.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can choose.
Ah, quindi posso parlare in italiano?
Yes, we have a
So I can speak in Italian then? Yes, you can speak in Italian. Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and I would really like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you and be present with here for you. I would like to be with you today in person, but as you know, due to the pandemic, it is a bit difficult to travel from the United States and also to come back to the United States. And here, this is a metaphor of the complexity we were talking about, because we have mentioned climate change, a pandemic. So what is the consequence on our facilities and structures in general? I live in New York for different reasons now, but I'm also here for working in order to achieve the sustainable development goals. This is an opportunity that I have in order to strengthen the concepts that are communicated by the United Nations. We need to strengthen our vision of integration. In our era, sustainability and social justice need to coexist. This is not for rhetorical questions, but this is just for the risks that we are running if we do not achieve our goals and if we do not put these two areas together. I am the curator of the Italian Pavilion. Daniele Minichini is here with us, with you today. The Italian Ministry for Culture supported us because we wanted to create this space where it was possible to share new ideas and to have debates like the event we are holding today. As far as I'm concerned, I think that today we have had a crucial session because the new European Bauhaus is focused on the importance of projects and architects in general. It is about beauty as a tool that we have at our disposal in order to overcome the overall crisis. 10 years ago, there were some tensions because we have some doubts whether architects had to be committed in environmental issues. We thought that architecture should be had to be independent from these issues. Think of Einstein's sentence: problems can't be solved by tools that created the problem itself. And this is particularly interesting because architects and those who operate in the so-called built environment are responsible because we are the cause of a huge amount of CO2 emissions. At the same time, we can say that we have new opportunities nowadays because we can be the directors of new opportunities of a new change. Being those who manage the crisis is paramount. According to research and studies about genetics, we can say that this is what our future will be like. We will have a lot of opportunities that we need to seize. And for this reason, as curator of the Italian Pavilion, I would like to thank Francesco Micelli, the president, for this day, for this event. I would like to thank Diego Zoppi, the Council of the European Architect, and those representatives of the other international unions of architects. I think that today we had a very important opportunity because we had the possibility to talk about creativity and technology as tools that we can use in order to overcome the crisis. An anthropologist, Albert Pringle, said that the associative thinking is the way in which we can manage a piece of information. And when we expand this piece of information, thanks to the neuronal connection, we build thinking. The associative thinking can handle emergencies. And this is a characteristic of humankind, of the humankind. It is a tool that we use in case of emergency. This is a tool that we have had at our disposal for so many years, but we have never realized that. We thought that problems could be solved by using linear logics. Actually, Now we know that problems are created, but managing and solving the problems is something completely different. The most important topic nowadays is not progress, is managing complexity and the complexity of processes. So this is a new point of view we should have. So we should avoid thinking about progress. We should now start thinking about managing complexity. This is a sort of connection of synergy among all the components that live in our reality. The environmental crisis is due to a lack of attention, a bad use of resources, and it is also caused by the inability to manage complexity. The construction science has always been used to understand architecture. We have always talked about what is empty, what is full, but these concepts didn't describe reality in a proper way. These were ways that we used in order to escape from the real situation of our world. Now we know that everything is different. We do need to understand complexity, and that's why, in my point of view, I don't see any alternative to low technology or high technology, artificial intelligence, or strategies, analog strategies for planning. If we consider this condition as an extension of a taxonomy of creatures, we don't need to consider these tools as substitutes or alternatives to those tools that we already have. We need to learn how to manage complexity by having more and more tools, by having more and more opportunities thanks to these tools. Bear in mind that when anthropologists collect a huge amount of study and research regarding technology, they say something really specific. Technology, science, art are strictly connected, and the definition of these areas belong to a taxonomy that dates back to 2,000 years ago. From an anthropologist's point of view, there are no distinctions, and technology, art, and science are strictly correlated. They are just the same thing and the same reality of the associative thinking. We just distinguished these three main areas for practical reasons. The taxonomy of biology and evolution has to do with these three expressions as the result of associative thinking.
Ho citato Einstein. Einstein è il primo a aver detto, guardate che la fisica, le scoperte non hanno niente a che fare con la logica.
So again, these processes have nothing to do with linear logic. In architecture, all this evolution, this understanding happened a bit later compared to other fields. Understanding the taxonomy of architecture by thinking, by understanding the evolution of genetics, of biology, and by studying the artificial intelligence, cybernetics, means understanding that at the end the objective is to extend the taxonomy of culture to cultures that manifest creativity. And this is something we can learn by approaching different disciplines at the same time. Being redundant, creative are characteristics that allow organisms to be resilient. And these are expressions of complexity and disorders. Therefore, the main point is not fostering computing tools, advanced computing tools or analog tools, I think that the core here is how can we handle this complexity, therefore these possibilities, by creativity, by using creativity, which is our job, essentially. We tried to understand this, so we started by this assumption, and we then decided to entrust this equation, this problem to the next generations. We are like dinosaurs, we can say. We tried to solve this issue, to approach complexity. We tried to give our contribution. We tried to set those conditions that could be useful for next generations. We called this lab the Verrocchio shop, that is a good space where this chaos, where this creativity can be fully expressed. We hope that our contribution can be useful for future generations and also for those who wish to propose new solutions to solve the crisis. When I talk about our pavilion, our exhibition, I'm also referring to the fact that throughout history we have witnessed different examples of empowerment, and we have gone through different crises. In the 14th century there was an environmental crisis that was even more serious compared to the one that we are living nowadays. The world was less complex, though. It had a limited type of technology at its disposal. Nowadays, we have so much art, so much technology, so the taxonomy can be expanded. As I was saying, the Italian Pavilion tries to face this challenge. So we like to embrace the complexity of the disorder, and we do so by proposing binary visions, not just a white box exposition and all the works inside the pavilion, or just having the artificial intelligence as an alternative to the natural life and the ecological transition. This is a concept that it is repeated by many Italian philosophers. Nature is not good, is not bad. So we need to understand that even if something appears to be against nature, it is actually very, very natural. It belongs to nature. The only thing that is against nature is the lack of synergy. And when we talk about our platform that needs to foster creativity, we need to do so by having different platforms and different tools, and we need to do so in compliance with the theory of evolution. It is not natural, it doesn't belong to nature. The fact that we find contradictions, diversity, redundancy in a world in which we have just limited tools, and when we do not manage things in a proper way. So we want it to be sustainable, and in order to promote sustainability, we need to understand the complexity and disorder. That's why you can see that next to you in the other section there is a black box done by slide mode. You can see that in the Genome installation. That is an installation that it's not easy to distinguish technology from architecture, from art and nature. This light mode is an organism with a unique cell, is the demonstration of the fact that computing is necessary. Because when we use advanced computing tools, we are creating organisms like this light mode. We are trying to understand the natural world by describing nature and its own complexity. There is another interesting installation that you can find in the pavilion. The name is Mutual Aid, and it has the same principles. You can see that in the installation, creativity, technology, and artificial intelligence are strictly connected. In Genoma and Mutual Aid, you will notice a monitoring system and some actions that are referred to sustainability and the existence of human needs that is mediated by technology. And you can easily understand that by looking at the panels that you find in the garden. The technology simulates all these mechanisms. You will find this in the Genoma installation as well, that controls the slide mode, the hydroponic system, and at the same time it also manages communities. It also manages the lighting system. In the other room with the blue color, you will see a window, and it is one of the very first examples of a window, of an opening system that we can manage by a living system. So this system is really peculiar because there is a sort of symbiosis. It can this window represents the natural world. The creation of Francesco Lipari that you will find in the Italian Pavilion has the same idea, the management of complexity and the fact that thermodynamic laws are even more important than understanding whether a building can exist or not. And we do agree with that. I would like to conclude my intervention with these examples. I would like to thank you once again to be here, and I hope that the world of architecture becomes more and more important and more capable of embracing the definition proposed by Human Birney the first time he sequenced the human genome. The nature was represented in that code, a code which is redundant, diverse, and a representation of nature. He said this genome is a sort of jungle. So this is something we will see in our cities, which will become more and more greener and populated by strange inhabitants and creatures. Thank you very much, Alessandro Melis. I think that your words are the ideal conclusion of today's session. We are here in the pavilion session. We tried to celebrate complexity and we focused on the role, the profession of architects. Thank you very much and have a nice evening, everyone. Thank you.